Chapter 345. What? Sun Fu, who was startled. King of Hell Chu was seriously injured. His 5 internal organs were shattered. Did you see it with your own eyes? Wang Tanglong asked with a cold look in his eyes. I didn't see it, Bifu, who stuck out his chest and replied loudly. You didn't see it. How can you say that he was seriously injured? Wang Tinglong's expression was very serious. Sun Fu, who was at a loss. The Golden Horse Riders Department had announced this news to the world. It had been approved by Prime Minister Diwu. How could it not be regarded as conclusive news? Don't believe any news without seeing it with your own eyes, Wang Tinglong sternly said. We are soldiers. We are generals. We must pay attention to evidence. We must verify things that we haven't seen with our own eyes, even if the whole world is talking about it. Otherwise, we will be defeated by our own gullibility. Men of Jiang who can flee far away if they are defeated. It's not too late to take revenge, even after 10 years. Politicians can endure when they are defeated. They can hide their strength and bide their time. Then they can rise again. But soldiers and generals can pile up like mountains when they are defeated. Their blood will flow like a sea. They will suffer a crushing defeat. They will be consigned to eternal damnation. Wang Tanglong sternly said, Many of our brothers will be buried on the battlefield if we are defeated. You may have the opportunity to turn defeat into victory, but the brothers who died today will never come back. We don't have so many brothers for us to spoil. Do you understand? Wang Tanglong coldly shouted. Yes. Bifu, who was drenched in cold sweat. He stood upright. He felt that his back was drenched in cold sweat. I won't let you command an army alone if you still have such thoughts, Wang Tanglong insipidly said. Yes, I don't dare. Bifu, who was drenched in sweat this time. Pass down my orders. Set up camp faster. Set up pots and cook rice faster. Within 15 minutes, we must set up the camp and set up the iron pots to cook. Within 30 minutes, everyone must finish eating. Wang Tinglong turned his head to look at the chaotic troops. He frowned and said, Everyone must eat until they are full in half an hour, even if they have to eat raw rice. Wang Tinglong's eyes contained a hint of worry. He looked at the mountain forest on the opposite side and muttered, This is our only chance if something goes wrong, and King of Hell Chu breaks through my defenses. The consequences will be unimaginable if he catches us. Yes. Although Bifu didn't agree with his decision, he didn't dare to say anything and immediately went to pass down the order. Finishing the meal in half an hour seemed like a long time. However, this was a place of rapid march. They had just arrived here and were tired and had no time to rest. Everyone had to work together and set up camp first. All of this required time. After setting up camp, they would start cooking according to the location of each camp. Start a fire, add more people, cook the rice and eat it. Eat. Half an hour was definitely not enough. Even the fastest of them could only eat until they were half full. It seemed that the army would have to eat half-cooked rice for this meal. Sun Fu sighed and ran off to give the order. He couldn't understand. Is it worth it to torment the army like this just for King of Hell Chu? Was it necessary? He was dissatisfied. However, Wang Tinglong was also somewhat anxious. His eyes stared unblinkingly at the forest opposite him, and the sense of crisis in his heart grew heavier and heavier. This is King of Hell Chu's only chance to break through. That's because everyone is busy here. Wang Tinglong was certain that King of Hell Chu would be a god if he missed this opportunity. He would never be able to pass through here. Therefore, he was impatient. He was worried that King of Hell Chu wouldn't seize this opportunity. The best and most ideal news for Wang Tinglong at the moment was that the camp had been set up and the troops had eaten. So, they were conserving their strength for the big push. He wished that he could take the time away. He had never been so nervous since he had joined the army. It's because the world-defying heavens welcomes you. He knows the importance of King of Helchu. King of Helchu's life or death is related to the overall situation of this war. Smoke gradually rose from the kitchen of the army camp. The soldiers had received the order. They knew that time was of the essence. So they impatiently moved into action. These fellows were all veteran ruffians. Normally, each of them would be indolent and lazy. Even when they walked, they would be weak and slack. However, when the time came, each of them would be able to pull themselves out and show their strength. Their usual laziness was the result of their indifference after seeing life and death. But they had a different mental appearance now that they had moved into action. Perhaps it's not too late. Wang Tinglong heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately issued an order and ordered his personal guards to move to the front of the troops. There were only 300 personal guards, but all of them were experts. Even the weakest among them were martial warriors. In fact, there were several martial great masters and one revered martial artist among them. These forces were unremarkable, but one mustn't forget that this was an ordinary army. An ordinary army could have such people, but the commander must have extraordinary charisma. Otherwise, these people would have been willing to serve as ordinary soldiers. His personal guards ran out. They hadn't finished lining up in formation yet. Wang Tinglong had been looking at the distant mountains, but his complexion suddenly changed. He waved his hand and loudly shouted, "Enemy attack!" The enemy has broken into the camp. Everyone be on guard. His face had turned red. He had shouted himself hoarse. His throat had suddenly burst with such a strong volume that it seemed as if he would spurt out blood. The well-trained army reacted at the same time. The bugle horn sounded in unison. The soldiers who were busy grasping their weapons immediately grasped them. However, Wang Tinglong's heart had become powerless at this time. He had clearly seen a bird fly up from the top of the mountain a moment ago. It seemed as if there had been a little movement. He was about to take a closer look, but it had become tranquil again. He was still wondering whether this was the movement of a beast or a human. But then he saw a wave of movement in the grass 1,000 feet away from the front of the troops. Then, at this moment, he cried out. But by the time his voice had left his mouth, a figure had already rushed over like a bolt of lightning, carrying with it a boundless, murderous aura. In the next moment, only a blurry figure could be seen. This person had already used a crazy posture to brazenly crash into the formation of 10,000 people. A low and deep voice filled with murderous aura echoed, "One ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms." The sword light broke through the obstruction of the Milky Way like 1,000 waterfalls, and it flowed out like a torrential downpour. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream resounded in the clear sky. It seemed as if a murderous aura had condensed into a substance, and it swept through the entire canyon. Wang Tinglong closed his eyes in pain. The aroma of the meal had just begun to spread. It was also the time when the troops were the most relaxed after a long and difficult journey. They had set up camp and were only waiting to eat. Many people had picked up their rice bowls and were waiting by the side of the big pot. They were pushing and shoving each other. Some people were even cursing. Time was very tight. Being able to grab the first bowl of rice would determine whether they would be able to eat their fill or not. Therefore, the entire army was in a mess. The army couldn't withstand a single blow at this time. It didn't matter how elite the troops were. King of Helchu was so far away. So, how could he accurately grasp the most vulnerable moment of the army? Wang Tinglong was puzzled, but he still made the right decision: send an order to the rear troops to meet the enemy. The enemy had already broken through the front troops. The rear troops could only block the enemy for a while. The rear troops couldn't stop the enemy's speed. The only hope they had was the rear troops who were holding the line at the moment. Wang Tinglong's anxious chest was on fire. "I only need a moment. No, I only need a blink of an eye. I only need to give my troops such a short time to react, and they will be able to form a fighting force in this chaotic situation. But will King of Hell Chu give me such a short time? The answer is yes. He won't. Chu Yang had been dormant all this time. He had waited until now to make his move because he was waiting for a fleeting opportunity. Therefore, he had immediately flown out when he had seen the smoke rise for 3/4 of an hour. That was because the aroma of the meal had just started to spread. This army had traveled a long and difficult journey, so they must be tired and hungry. The aroma of the meal had spread and had fallen into the nostrils of these tired and hungry soldiers. This was the smell of heaven. Everyone's heart was filled with a genuine desire for food at this moment. When the food was really cooked, this desire would fall back. Chu Yang had experienced this feeling countless times in his previous life. Therefore, he clearly understood it. Therefore, he had chosen this time to set out and break through the defensive line of this famous general. This general's defensive line hadn't been formed yet, so it would be unfair even if he defeated him. However, Chu Yang could only take advantage of this situation. He had used the tribulation's art of concealment at lightning speed. He had rushed across the 1,000-feet grassland until he had arrived in front of the army. Then, the grass behind him had started to ripple and had started to show traces of someone flying past. This kind of speed was truly shocking. Even Chu Yang himself had been startled. Even he himself had never thought that the 3 sections of the Calamity Sword would be so powerful when combined with the Baidu world-defying stage bar. 1 ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. Issued. Dozens of people couldn't dodge in time. They screamed miserably. Their bodies spun as they were flung out. Blood flowed out of their bodies as they flew in the air. The moment Chu Yang rushed past them, their complete bodies turned into gunny sack after gunny sack and were torn to pieces. Chu Yang's body didn't stop. He rushed forward like a violent whirlwind. His face was cold and cruel. There was no pity in his eyes. The sword spirit in Chu Yang's mind smiled and muttered to himself, "This time 1 ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms, finally has a little bit of the real. 1 ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. Chu Yang felt a slight vibration in the palm of his hand as he killed a lot of soldiers. Then a wisp of hot air flowed through his palm and into his body. He suddenly felt a surge of energy. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered what the sword spirit had said when he had just obtained the 3rd section of Tribulation Sword. Chapter 346. Chu Yang felt that his body was brimming with energy as he felt the heat from Si Yi's body. It seemed as if he wouldn't feel tired at all. He was delighted as he thought, "Is this the power of devouring living beings?" However, his hands did not stop moving. He unsheathed his long sword and soared into the sky. Facing the arrogant soldiers and valiant generals who did not care about their lives, he sternly shouted, "What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world?" Proud of the heavens, welcome. A round beam of light suddenly appeared as he unsheathed his calamity sword. It looked like a frightening dragon. It drew a bright spray of blood in the crowd as it surged forward. Boundless murderous aura suddenly pervaded the entire battlefield. Heads rolled and soared into the sky. Severed arms were thrown into the air. Some of them were even tightly holding shiny swords. Blue veins popped out on the fingers of those severed arms that were holding swords. But they had already left their owners' bodies. Chu Yang's body advanced another 100 feet. Then he finally landed from the sky. He stepped on the fresh corpses on the ground. His whole body was covered in blood. It seemed as if he was taking a shower of blood. He madly rushed forward step by step. These elite troops that had been moving unhindered on the battlefield didn't stand a chance against his cruel killing moves and the sharpness of his calamity sword. Chu Yang didn't say a word. He buried his head and madly rushed forward. Kill. In such a state of battle, Chu Yang suddenly had a feeling. As long as my legs aren't chopped off, I will be able to rush out like this. There was absolutely no suspense. That was because he didn't only have enough real energy to use. Moreover, Sword Spirit was constantly replenishing his spiritual energy to ensure that the real energy in his dantian was maintained at the same level as before it was consumed. This was the internal circulation. It could guarantee that he wouldn't have any second thoughts. And now, the weakest link was the external circulation. That was his physical strength. The Calamity Sword was constantly absorbing the energy from the people it had killed. It was pouring into his body. He wouldn't feel the slightest bit tired. No one in the Chongtian continent could compare with Chu Yang in these two aspects. Chu Yang was like a monstrous wave. But after dealing with this monstrous wave, he still had an entire ocean behind him to support him in launching the next wave of attacks. How could such a person be stopped? This is King of Hell Chu. Wang Tenglong stood on the short slope. He was sucking in a mouthful of cold air. He had overestimated King of Hell Chu's terror as much as possible before he had arrived here. But he had to admit that he had underestimated this man after seeing the scene before his eyes. As expected, he's the King Yanluo of Hell. Wang Tenglong looked at his subordinates, being chopped like vegetables. His heart felt as if it was frying oil. The other party was clearly only one person, but he had created a scene that was even more tragic than a battle between thousands of soldiers and horses. That kind of wild aura that swallowed 10,000 miles, that kind of domineering aura that looked disdainfully at the heavens and earth, made people tremble in fear when they saw it. Fortunately, his rear troops had managed to gain the time of a breath and were already in formation. Their valiant faces were filled with heaviness as they held on tightly to their formation. It was obvious that they weren't sure if they could successfully stop King of Hell Chu. Cut off his legs first. Wang Tenglong snatched the bugle horn from the soldier next to him. He threw it on the ground and bellowed, "Pass down my order! Chop off his legs first!" Wang Tenglong was a seasoned great general, so he had formulated the best strategy almost immediately. 30 messengers stood in a row. They then raised their voices and shouted, "The great general has ordered. Chop off his legs first! The great general has ordered. Chop off his legs first!" Their voices grew louder and louder. Almost half of the people on the battlefield heard them. They then shouted in unison, "The great general has ordered. Chop off his legs first." "Yes, sir." In the distant army, more than 4,000 men shouted in agreement at the same time. Their pupils shrunk as they stared at the demon-like black figure that was charging towards their army at an increasing speed. Everyone's palms were drenched in cold sweat. A violent, murderous aura slowly rose in Chu Yang's heart as he fought. This murderous aura rose, and his eyes slowly turned red. The power of the sword in his hand also increased by 30% in the instant this murderous aura rushed up. He brandished his sword to the left, and 3 soldiers screamed as they retreated. He brandished his sword to the right, and 4 heads flew in the air. He brandished his sword to the front, and left a trail of blood for 50 feet. Then he rushed forward in big strides. His feet moved like a whirlwind, and people could only see a group of shadows. Blood splashed everywhere as he stamped his foot. The long sabers were like a forest, and they were aimed at his lower body. The murderous aura in Chu Yang's heart grew more and more intense. Suddenly, he let out a long shout and a long laugh. His body miraculously rose high into the air and flew forward at a high speed. He left a trail of blood wherever he went. Suddenly, a voice full of murderous aura was heard. "The bones in my palm are as high as a mountain." With a flip of his body, his long sword drew a brilliant arc in the air. It was expanding outwards, but its speed was extremely fast. A group of people fell to the ground in an orderly fashion. Chu Yang laughed loudly and recited, A pool of blood under the sword surges like waves. Another sharp sword cry was heard. The Calamity sword emitted a sword light that represented death. The sword light fell like rain. Chu Yang's body flew out 70 feet like a dragon. It was as if he had gone mad. He laughed wildly and tragically. The world of mortals is the path of ruthlessness. The Calamity sword hovered in the army formation. Chu Yang somersaulted in the air again and avoided the torrential rain of arrows. He then said fiercely, "I won't retract my saber when I kill the world." Chu Yang's body moved forward amidst the surging waves of blood along with a long laugh. He was like a hurricane. Wang Tanglong felt powerless in the distance. He muttered, "The bones in my palm are as high as a mountain. The blood pool under my sword is like rolling waves. The world of mortals is the path of ruthlessness. I won't retract my saber when I kill the world." A demon? He's not a human. He's a demon. Blood splattered everywhere. Chu Yang was madly rushing forward. He was unscrupulously killing. He hadn't killed to his heart's content for a long time since he had massacred the big clan that had ambushed Mo Qingwu in his previous life. Coupled with the tens of thousands of years of accumulated hostility of the Calamity Sword, Chu Yang was now blindly killing. Charge! But in such a crazy state, Chu Yang had miraculously comprehended 4 sword moves on his own, using the sword as a saber, using the saber as a sword. The bones in my palm are as high as a mountain. The blood pool under my sword is like rolling waves. The world of mortals is the path of ruthlessness. I won't retract my saber when I kill the world. These 4 moves were definitely not part of the Calamity Sword, but they were also 4 moves. They were not inferior to the 4 moves of the Heaven Sword technique. These 4 moves were full of ruthlessness. After the last move was launched, Chu Yang's heart suddenly became clear and bright. The ruthlessness that filled his mind disappeared in an instant. He could clearly feel that his senses had become more sensitive. His reactions had become faster and more accurate. His movements had become smoother and more powerful. His judgments had become more timely and more accurate. In the center of the siege of dozens of people, he could clearly determine which of the 4 sabers that seemed to be coming at him at the same time was the fastest, which was the most threatening, and which looked fierce but had no killing power. If Chu Yang was allowed to show off his skills at this moment, he could even use his sword to block and defeat all the attacks in an orderly manner. This was definitely not an illusion. It was absolute certainty. His 5 internal organs were still sealed by the sword spirit. In other words, it was impossible for his martial power to increase. Then, the only possibility was that his spiritual sense had broken through. In other words, his realm had broken through. At this critical juncture, he had unexpectedly made a breakthrough for himself. But Chu Yang didn't know that his breakthrough this time had been happening for a long time. The first sign happened when Chu Yang crossed Diuqing Rose, Legacy Prime Minister residence, on a stormy night. The fusion of martial power at that moment caused Chu Yang's vital energy, which came from different stages and places, to completely fuse. Chu Yang's nerves were in a state of high tension during the time he was on the run. He didn't even dare to relax during the short sleep of less than half an hour every day. Every time he escaped, it was easy. Every time he took a risk, it was a test. And it was important to note that all of this happened when his internal organs were almost broken beyond repair. In other words, the pressure to complete all of this was borne by his mind. He couldn't be confused at all. Just a moment ago, he decided to let go of all his worries and threw himself into the battlefield with all his might. When he was fighting, his nerves and spirit had completely transformed from a mess to a piece of steel. Then, the combination of the 3 most murderous parts of the Calamity Sword had an unparalleled impact on Chu Yang. It made Chu Yang unknowingly enter a violent state of slaughter. But It was in this state of slaughter that Chu Yang had never entered before that he was able to vent all of the tyrannical emotions in his two lives. It was at this moment when these negative emotions flowed out along with the murderous aura that Chu Yang suddenly fell into a state of epiphany similar to becoming a Buddha on the spot. This kind of epiphany made him follow his state of mind without thinking at all. He used a method that made him feel the most comfortable, venting, and delightful. He swung his first sword. The corpse in his palm was as tall as a mountain. But after this move, he felt that it wasn't enough. After all, this was a palm. Although Chu Yang's mind was still in the state of epiphany provided by Baidu world-defying heavens, he could subconsciously think that he was using a sword. Therefore, under such circumstances, the tyrannical next move appeared. Blood waves, churning waves under the sword. But the extreme bloodiness of these two moves evoked some emotions in Chu Yang's heart. The world of mortals is ruthless. The way of heaven is ruthless. But my mission in this life is to go against the way of heaven. So, in such a state of emptiness, Chu Yang only remembered his most primitive mission in this life. Go against heaven and change fate and save Qing Wu. So, with boundless resentment, he swung his third move. The world of mortals is ruthless. Chapter 347. But then, Chu Yang was stimulated by this boundless hatred. Finally, in this strange state, he created his fourth move, which was also the most powerful and the last move with endless charm. Don't retract my saber after killing the whole world. This move represented Chu Yang's state of mind. Even if I kill the whole world, I won't sheath my sword if I don't achieve my goal. I won't give up. Don't retract my saber. Therefore, this move had become Chu Yang's strongest obsession, and it was also the most perfect move. And with endless desire, it created the charm of this move, which was destined to become a classic. This move was a step further than the second move of Calamity Sword. What harm is there in slaughtering the whole world? This move also represented a complete breakthrough in Chu Yang's state of mind. From then on, Chu Yang's martial path truly broke away from the scope of Calamity Sword. It became his own unique comprehension. A tool is a tool. A divine weapon is also a tool. And I'm a human. When Chu Yang woke up from his state of mind, he clearly felt that the three parts of Calamity Sword had really merged into one under his powerful pressure, and it had merged into his body. This was the complete submission of Calamity Sword to its master. In his mind, the sword spirit sighed deeply and powerlessly. The current Chu Yang had already jumped out of the cycle of Calamity Sword. I really don't know what this freak will do to this heavenly layer. He could also have such a strange breakthrough in such a time and place. Chu Yang let out a long roar. Cold light shot out from Calamity Sword. He stepped in the void and moved 10 feet in one step. Blades and spears were like a forest under his feet. Arrows were like rain in front of him. But Chu Yang ignored them. Under the support of this strange state of mind, he moved forward rapidly. Under his feet, whoever's head was touched by his toes, that person's head would immediately explode, strangely. Chu Yang stepped on the blood of corpses and rushed forward. Behind him, corpses would fall down with a series of popping sounds. At this time, the commander's flag had been raised on the high slope. The flag bearers at the side waved the flag crazily and signaled, "I'd rather die than let him leave." The troops at the front all turned around and stepped on the corpses of their comrades to counterattack crazily. There was no strategy. They were fighting with their lives. The only way for ordinary soldiers to deal with an expert like Chu Yang was to sacrifice themselves, using human lives, the lives of hundreds and thousands of people, in exchange for his life. In front of Chu Yang there was an open space. It was hundreds of feet wide. Hundreds of feet away, the rear troops were lined up neatly. Sabers were unsheathed, arrows were nocked, and men were on the ground. Wang Tunglong stood upright like a pine tree on the high slope. His complexion was cold and stiff. His eyes were fixated on Chu Yang's figure. He was constantly making hand signals. The flag signals were constantly changing along with his hand signals. And the neat formation of the rear army was also changing along with the flag signals. They were constantly blocking Chu Yang's path of advance. Wang Tenglong looked at King of Hell Chu with his sharp eyes. His complexion was cold and emotionless. He had seen too many scenes like this. How many famous generals had the ability to charge into an army all by themselves? Wang Tenglong had done his best to arrange this defensive line to the best of his ability. So he had made the changes in the battle formation more reasonable. It's King of Hell Chu's fate if he dies here. It would be his fate if King of Hell Chu were to break out of the encirclement and escape. It's not that I didn't command well. I'm only doing my job to the best of my ability. That's all. Chu Yang didn't stop. He was crazily rushing all the way. Everything before his eyes turned dark. Several figures pounced on him from the front, back, left, and right. They opened their big mouths ferociously and roared. Then they used their bodies to welcome Chu Yang's sword. Then they ferociously crashed into him. Countless people pounced on him as soon as these people started to move. Human wave tactic. The people who were pouncing on him were doomed to die, but their deaths could create a huge obstacle for the enemy. At the very least, those 100 kilograms of flesh were pounding on the enemy's body. Moreover, they were entangling the enemy's life force. They didn't hesitate to pay any price to keep the enemy here. An ordinary king-level expert would have died under such a crazy attack if he had been in their place. However, Chu Yang was different. That's because Chu Yang's calamity sword had the strange ability to devour the life force. These soldiers were desperately pouncing on him, so they would only give him endless power. But they wouldn't pose any threat to him. Perhaps they would obstruct him, but it wouldn't be serious. Dozens of silhouettes swooped down from the sky and pressed down on Chu Yang's entire body. They formed a mountain of flesh. All the soldiers at the side roared in grief and indignation. They raised their swords and sabers and slashed at the mountain of flesh. This was the only way to deal with such an expert. They would chop the enemy and the people who were entangled with him into minced meat. Then they would eliminate him completely. Otherwise, once he escaped from this mountain of flesh, he would have a place to move. No matter how many people there were, they wouldn't be able to kill him. They had experienced this many times before. It wasn't the first time they had killed a strong expert. Although they were sad and indignant, there was no other way. It had been proven that this method was absolutely effective. But today it might not be so. Hundreds of sabers fell at the same time. Suddenly, a burst of sword light flashed in front of everyone. That mountain of flesh disintegrated in an instant, and a bright sword light rushed out from inside. With a crashing sound, the circle of sabers broke into pieces. Chu Yang's blood-red figure roared angrily and turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out. In such a cruel battle, Chu Yang's fighting direction had never changed. He kept going north. Sword lights flew out one after another, and blood, flesh, heads, and limbs flew up into the air. It had always been a single ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. Chu Yang realized that this move was simply tailor-made to deal with group attacks. Therefore, after his epiphany, he didn't use any other sword moves. He only used the first move repeatedly. He skillfully used it. His feet didn't stop moving. He didn't know how many times he had used it. Suddenly, his body felt light. He had escaped from the encirclement. He had arrived at a spacious area. Chu Yang didn't hesitate. His body moved in a strange, zigzagging curve. He continued to rush forward. The moment he escaped from the encirclement, a bugle horn sounded. All of a sudden, the sky turned pitch black. Chu Yang looked up. He saw that the army in front of him that hadn't moved. They raised their hands in an orderly manner. Countless spears flew towards him in waves. At the same time, the archers also moved. There were dozens of siege crossbows shooting towards him. Behind him, all the soldiers stopped in their tracks at the same time and threw their javelins at him. For a moment, the sky was covered. Tens of thousands of arrows, thousands of spears, and the powerful siege crossbows were all aimed at him. "Be careful," the sword spirit reminded. Chu Yang had already let out a loud shout. His body swayed, and he dashed out diagonally to the right. Sticking close to the ground, he flew out swiftly like a piece of white paper. The Calamity sword transformed into a sword light in front of him, shooting down all the arrows that were coming at him. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. A total of 8 siege crossbows had collided at the place where he had been standing a moment ago, and they had issued a huge sound wave. In fact, it had almost deafened people's ears in an instant, and the ferocious force had made Chu Yang tumble out before he could even stand firm. Chu Yang felt a fatal crisis. He hurriedly leaned his body to one side. However, he felt a burning sensation on his left shoulder. Then he felt a burst of coldness. An arrow had pierced his shoulder. It had almost pierced through it. Only the arrowhead was left in front of him. Chu Yang rolled a bit. Then he bounced up. His body forcibly transformed into a mass of light. Another 2 whooshing sounds were heard. Chu Yang's legs crossed. 2 arrows shot into his thighs almost at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. His muscles trembled as he stood upright. Chu Yang coldly snorted. He felt that he couldn't dodge those 2 arrows, but he had crossed his legs, so those 2 arrows had shot into his muscles. They hadn't hurt his bones. However, Chu Yang still felt a heart-piercing pain when he had received 3 arrow wounds in an instant. 3 people were riding on horses. They were surrounded by the rear army. The bowstrings of their big bows were still buzzing. They looked at each other in amazement. The 3 of them hadn't expected that 3 top-ranked archers in a 1,000,000-man army wouldn't be able to kill King of Hell Chu on the spot. This kind of reaction was too terrifying. All the attacks just now were just for show. The real killing blow was those 3 arrows. These 3 arrows had undoubtedly gathered all of their essence, energy, and spirit. Moreover, they were at such a close distance. So, there was no chance of failure. The 3 of them had felt confident, but they hadn't expected that they would fail at the same time. After shooting those 3 arrows, the 3 of them wouldn't be able to shoot an arrow of C grade in a short time. After all, how could they shoot an arrow with all of their essence, energy, and spirit? Chu Yang rapidly retreated in a spiral shape. His 2 feet fiercely stomped on the ground. Suddenly, the sand on the ground was kicked up by him. It was misty. Whooshing sounds were unceasingly heard. The path that Chu Yang had taken to dodge was full of arrows. However, Chu Yang was finally able to catch his breath. He waved his Calamity sword. The arrowheads were cut off at the same time. He let the arrow shafts stay in his body. With a loud whistle, his body soared into the sky. He turned into a ball of light. Then he fell from the sky like a meteor. He shot high into the sky with a long flaming tail. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? Chu Yang's voice was filled with unspeakable anger. He suddenly swept across the distance of 200 feet and rushed into the army formation with a sharp howl. It was as if a bomb had exploded. There was a loud bang. The moment he rushed in, more than 2 digits of heads flew into the air. They didn't fall down for a long time. Then, countless severed limbs were thrown into the air like stars. They rose and fell one after another. Blood rolled out like waves. Chu Yang rushed in with his sword like a big ship. He sailed across the surface of the water and advanced courageously. Chapter 348. The only chance to kill Chu Yanji is in that open land. I won't be able to kill him even if I use my life to kill him. So, I can only use the terrain to my advantage. I'll lose this advantage if he enters the crowd. There are a lot of people. There are 10,000 of them. But only a dozen or so people can attack at the same time once the melee begins. How can such a small number of people deal with a king-level expert? Therefore, King of Hell Chu would be like a dragon returning to the sea or a tiger returning to the mountains if he enters the crowd. Signal the flag. Straighten up the formation. Gather the troops and chase him down. Chase him down, regardless of the consequences. Wang Tanglong quickly adjusted his mentality. He knew that he still had a chance to kill Chu Yanji. The pursuit of 10,000 people on a single person could drive him to his death. He is very powerful. After all, he is seriously injured. It's impossible for him to kill 10,000 elite soldiers. He will die of exhaustion as long as we continue to consume his energy. Yes, the bodyguard immediately issued the order. Leave only a few people behind to count the casualties. The rest of you should immediately participate in the chase. No mistakes are allowed. Wang Tenglong looked at the messy battlefield. He sighed sadly, but he didn't hesitate. He resolutely and decisively issued the order. Wang Tenglong's heart was filled with hatred. Those bastards of the Golden Horse Riders Department were the main force in hunting down King of Hell Chu. Where the hell did you guys go? We agreed that we would only assist in stopping him, but they sent some ordinary people to stop a king-level expert. This is a complete disgrace. Wang Tenglong was certain that king-level expert Chu Yanji was a valiant king-level expert. Moreover, this king-level expert wasn't a low-level one. Chu Yang rushed out like a hurricane. His golden body had already become a standard blood man. He could see the open land in front of him. Behind him, the sounds of troops being deployed could be heard. Chu Yang knew that this was the time to fight. I'll be safe as long as I can escape this round of pursuit. He leaped into the air and used his final move, Bird Dragon Twisting Pillar, to kick the two cavalrymen off their warhorses. Then he leaped onto his warhorse and abruptly pulled on the reins. His legs clamped together, and the sturdy horse let out a long neigh. Then he twisted his neck and galloped forward like an arrow. "Release the arrows!" Chu Yang coldly snorted as he heard a stern shout from behind. Then he leaned on the horse's back and ignored the shout. Swish, swish, swish! Chu Yang fiercely turned around and brandished his long sword. Bang! 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 The arrows neatly fell on the ground. Chu Yang conveniently grabbed an arrow and fiercely stabbed it into the horse's buttocks. The strong horse felt the pain and ran even faster. The people behind him shouted and the horses neighed. Then the sound of iron hooves thundered in an orderly manner. The iron stream quickly formed into a black flood on the road and chased after Chu Yang at lightning speed. Chu Yang was at the front, and he was riding on a cloud of dust. Behind him, there was a torrential flood no more than 70 or 80 feet away. The entire troop was actually pulled into a galloping formation that was several miles long. Their banners fluttered in the wind, and they let out shrill whistles. In this early summer weather, thousands of people were crazily whipping their horses. A wave of hostility rose into the sky, as if it was going to cover the clear sky. However, the distance between them had finally increased a little. Chu Yang's heart gradually calmed down. Then he pulled out the 3 sections of the arrow shaft from his body. Enduring the pain, he threw them out. The sword spirit endured the pain and quickly injected a large amount of medicinal power into his body to heal his wounds. The sound of hooves was rapid as Chu Yang galloped for his life. While he heaved a sigh of relief, he also felt a lingering fear. If it wasn't for the calamity sword's ability to devour living beings, he really might not have been able to break through. The troop that he had encountered just now was undoubtedly an elite troop. The extent of their valiance was unimaginable. If he hadn't arrived at the right time and launched his attack when they were setting up camp, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to shake the army. Even so, He had paid a heavy price for it. They had faced the enemy in a panic, but they still had such fighting strength. They had almost left the master of the calamity, soared here forever. One could well imagine how dreadful this troop was. But I don't know who the commander of this troop is. No matter who the commander is, he isn't an ordinary person. I must be careful if I encounter him on the battlefield in the future. Jing Meng Hun was still at the bottom of the cliff. He was still searching everywhere. Jing Meng Hun had found the traces that Chu Yang had left behind when he had gone down the cliff. This had greatly boosted his confidence. King of Hell Chu is here. Therefore, he had searched even more carefully after he had gone down. He had even ordered people to dive into the small pool at the bottom of the cliff to check it out. Some of the flashes were even more noticeable. The bears, wolves, and other animals that had settled down at the bottom of the cliff were very unlucky. They had been forced to flee in all directions. They were in an extremely difficult situation. Everyone felt that victory was in sight. Everyone was in high spirits. They were determined to kill King of Hell Chu at the bottom of the cliff. However, the sound of shouting and killing was heard from afar while everyone was searching for Chu Yang like a raging fire. It wasn't the sound of one or two people. Instead, it was the sound of thousands of people clamoring at the same time. The sound spread far and wide in this spacious mountain forest. Jing Meng Hun was startled. He stood up and strained his ears to listen. He asked, "What's that sound?" The sound could be heard, but it was a mess. The distance was too far, so it was impossible to hear what was being shouted. It seems that Wang Tenglong's army is mutinying. A command horse rider frowned and said suspiciously. These words left Jing Meng Hun speechless. There's only one army in the vicinity. Who else could it be if not him? As for saying that it was a mutiny, Jing Meng Hun wished that he could slap this guy's head. Wang Tenglong's strict management of his army was well known throughout the world. Jing Meng Hun wouldn't be surprised if a mutiny could happen in any army. But Wang Tenglong's army would never do so. Moreover, this was his most elite personal army. Since it's not a mutiny, then it must be. Jing Meng Hun suddenly jumped up. Not good. King of Hell Chu has rushed out. Let's go quickly. The command horse rider was stunned. I said mutiny. But this king-level expert Jing said not a mutiny. And he even said, since it's not a mutiny. Then he said that King of Hell Chu had escaped. This jump-in thinking was too big. The command horse rider stared blankly for a while, but he still couldn't figure it out. However, Jing Meng Hun had already issued an order. So everyone climbed the opposite cliff and rushed towards the direction where the sound had come from. However, the battle cries had already faded away by the time they were halfway there. It was already late by the time they arrived at the scene. The entire canyon had turned into a sea of blood. Early summer was the time when all living things were at their most luxuriant, but the flourishing greenery couldn't hide the smell of blood. Less than 500 soldiers were silently and patiently rummaging through the piles of corpses. They were looking for their companions' corpses. They were trying their best to reattach their mutilated limbs to their original bodies. The wind was whistling. Many round heads had been chopped off and were rolling around in the wind. Their long hair was floating in the air. Jing Meng Hun felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He rushed forward like an arrow and grabbed a soldier. He then shouted, "What's going on? Where are the people?" The soldier who had been grabbed by Jing Meng Hun found it difficult to breathe. He tilted his head and looked at Jing Meng Hun with disdain. He then slowly said, "Old people are people." He paused for a moment and then continued, "And these brothers lying on the ground are also people." Jing Meng Hun was speechless. He weakly released his grip and put him down. He then asked, "What's going on?" The soldier looked at him indifferently. His eyes were gradually burning with grief and indignation. He didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "Are you the people of the Golden Horse Riders Department?" Jing Meng Hun looked at the burning anger in his eyes. He felt somewhat guilty as he replied, "Yes. Hunting down King of Hell Chu is your business." The soldier pursed his lips miserably. It seemed as if he wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. He then said, "We've fought a bloody battle with King of Hell Chu. Countless brothers have died miserably. But you still want to ask what's going on." He suddenly straightened his body and fiercely stretched out his hand. He pointed at Jing Meng Hun's nose and shouted with all his strength, "You tell me what's going on." Jing Meng Hun stared at him in a daze. He was speechless. "Where were you when we were bathed in blood? Where were you when our brothers died at the hands of King of Hell Chu?" The soldier laughed out loud. "The war ended and you came? You asked us what's going on." "Ah." Jing Meng Hun heaved a long sigh. He felt speechless. The opposite party was just a small soldier. Jing Meng Hun could have crushed 10 of them with just one finger. However, this middle-grade king-level expert felt somewhat guilty as he faced the other party's reproach and angry gaze. He heaved a long sigh and lowered his head. He then asked in a low voice, "How are the casualties? How are the casualties? Can't you see for yourself?" The soldier stretched out his hand and roared. His chest heaved up and down, and his voice became hoarse. His eyes turned red as soon as he heard the word casualties. 130 brothers died in battle. None of them were injured. The soldier's voice became gloomy. His tears finally flowed down and dripped on the ground. "How do you feel about this number?" Jing Meng Hun could only sigh. Then he raised his foot and saluted the corpses on the battlefield. He then said in a loud voice, "Brothers, I'm Jing Meng Hun. I'm sorry. We were a step too late." They suddenly felt as if their hearts were being fried in oil. 130 had died, but no one was injured. This was enough to explain a lot of things. All the soldiers here knew why they had come. They knew the whole story. Wang Tunglong had never concealed anything when he led the troops, except for some important strategic decisions. Therefore, they felt grief and indignation. Chapter 349. Moreover, it was a war between two countries, even if they were only facing one person. However, the Golden Horse Riders Department was supposed to be the main force in the pursuit, but they had arrived late after the war had ended. This was their biggest anger. They wouldn't have sacrificed so many brothers if they had arrived earlier, but the enemy still managed to escape. Therefore, their biggest resentment wasn't King of Hell Chu. Instead, it was the Golden Horse Riders Department. More than 400 soldiers who were collecting corpses on the battlefield suddenly burst into tears along with Jing Meng Hun's apology. "Brothers, you died. You sacrificed yourselves. But the other party has also apologized, even though it was only a gentle apology." Jing Meng Hun's mood was heavy. He felt ashamed to face these ordinary soldiers. He hurriedly led the experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department to follow the direction of the army. They were chasing after them at full speed. Hundreds of experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department felt that they had lost face. How could they endure being reprimanded by a lowly soldier? "But so many people died because of me. Can't I rest with some resentment? We arrived late. So who can we blame? We had agreed that the enemy would set up a camp to obstruct us. Then we would fight and capture everything that belonged to us. But Zhu Sha had arrived after the battle." Chu Yang took the lead. He frantically slapped his horse and swept across the ground like a meteor. However, the army was chasing after him. They were getting closer and closer. There was no fork in the road. There was no intersection. There were only mountains on both sides. There wasn't even a forest. Chu Yang felt that the skin on his inner thighs had been rubbed by the saddle. Wang Tunglong's eyes were firmly locked on the horse in front of him. He was constantly issuing orders. Nearly 1,000 people had dismounted from their horses and were frantically rushing over on foot. It wasn't that they couldn't support themselves, but this was Wang Tinglong's arrangement. The enemy only had one man and one horse, so they couldn't run for a long time. Therefore, Wang Tinglong's side had to take care of the horse's stamina. First, I'll spare 1,000 horses. Then, I'll choose an elite force to chase after the enemy. Then, I'll wait until the 1,000 people in front of me are exhausted. Then, I'll immediately switch to these 1,000 horses. There won't be any delay. Moreover, I'll have twice the stamina of the enemy. This is the method of pursuit. It's common sense that this person wouldn't be lucky if thousands of people chasing after him. Sooner or later he would be caught. However, Wang Tinglong didn't dare to say that he was confident as he looked at the man and the horse in front of him. Who knows what kind of strange method this resourceful king of Hell Chu would come up with? Therefore, Wang Tinglong didn't dare to be careless, so he kept urging them to speed up. He was determined to capture King of Hell Chu on this straight mountain road. The terrain would give King of Hell Chu an endless amount of space to display his skills or conceal his tracks, and that would make things difficult for Chu Yang. Chu Yang's whole body was sweating like rain. The pursuers behind him were less than 500 feet away. Although he didn't show it on his face, he couldn't help but feel a little impatient. He knew that if he continued to chase after them like this, he would eventually die at the hands of these 10,000 elites. The horse under him was already sweating profusely, and steam was coming out of its nose. It couldn't hold on for much longer. Chu Yang coldly snorted in his heart. However, he didn't have the slightest intention of giving up. It was nothing more than that, nothing more than that. After turning around, Chu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. Not far away, the lush greenery was actually so cute. Chu Yang fiercely whipped the horse's back. Then his body leaned forward slightly. He was ready at any time. Chu Yang's heart was as calm as ice and snow as he faced the hope of getting out of this predicament. Chu Yang turned around, and a group of people shouted at the same time. They saw the dense forest in front of them and the continuous range of mountains. Shoot the arrows. Shoot at all costs. Wang Tinglong hadn't turned around yet, but he knew what had happened when he heard these shouts. He made a prompt decision and gave the order. The speed of this chase was very fast. Shooting arrows would have no effect. The enemy's speed wouldn't decrease at the time the arrows were shot. In fact, he would have already left the shooting range. So he would have ended up hurting his own people. Moreover, he didn't have a lot of arrows. So he had no choice but to give up. However, he couldn't care about that at the moment. He didn't have the extravagant hope of killing King of Hell Chu on the spot. Wang Tinglong thought that it would be enough to add a few scars on his body. This would increase the chances of the Golden Horse Riders Department's subsequent pursuit. Thousands of arrows were shot at the same time as the order was issued. Some of the officers even threw their own weapons over. Chu Yang's body sprang up from the horse's back with a long and loud shout. He turned into a fuzzy shadow in the air and rushed forward like a lightning bolt. His body had barely left the warhorse's back when he had suddenly stood up. The powerful recoil had slowed down the horse's speed, and it had suddenly turned into a huge iron hedgehog. It had rushed forward a few feet and had fallen down with a loud bang. However, Chu Yang's body had already entered the forest like a meteor with the help of this force. The dense trees swayed a few times, and his figure disappeared. Soon after, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard. Dozens of large trees on the outskirts of the dense forest fell down. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them, crashing down on the pursuing cavalry. The men shouted and the horses neighed. The dozens of horses that had been chasing after them didn't have enough time to dodge. The riders on the horses rolled and crawled away horizontally. They rolled on the ground a few times and finally escaped. However, The war horses weren't so lucky. They were crushed by the trees, and their blood splattered everywhere. These dozens of big trees were so thick that it would take 5 people to wrap their arms around them. They had suddenly fallen down and had completely blocked the entrance to the forest. People could still go in. However, it was impossible to ride a horse. Chu Yang finally heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Yang had almost reached the point of exhaustion, even with the support of the Tribulation Sword. It would have been difficult for me to escape this calamity if this forest hadn't appeared. He forcibly supported his exhausted body and went all the way to the depths of the forest. He took out a jug of vitality spring water as he walked. He raised his head and poured it into his mouth. He gulped down a big jug of water. Then he felt that the burning sensation in his throat had somewhat subsided. Wang Tunglong waved his hand, and the cavalry stopped one after another. Send a message to the army on the other side of the mountain. Let them take over the task of capturing King of Hell Chu. Wang Tinglong let out a long sigh. I've done my best to reach this point. Next would be the Battle of the Jungle. However, if his ordinary soldiers were to enter the jungle, wouldn't they only be slaughtered in this dark, primitive jungle? Only an expert would be able to capture King of Hell Chu. General, can we? Deputy General Sun Fu, whose gasping for breath hadn't calmed down. He was exhausted from the journey, so he tentatively put forward a suggestion. How about setting fire to the mountain? Setting fire to the mountain? Wang Tunglong wrinkled his brows. He raised his head and felt the whistling sound of the wind. It was the southeast wind. He then looked at the unbroken mountain range for thousands of miles. He couldn't help but sigh. There were too many oily trees in this mountain forest. So a fire dragon would sweep across thousands of miles if it were to catch fire. It might have been early summer, but this lush greenery would have been reduced to ashes. Wang Tunglong hesitated for a moment. Then he slowly said, setting fire to hundreds of thousands of acres of mountain forest for one person is too vicious. He sighed again. It was obvious that he was very conflicted in his heart. He spoke again after a long time. This mountain forest stretches across thousands of mountains and rivers. It's 3,000 miles north from here, and it's 1,500 miles south from here. It's all mountain forest. These mountain forests are in the territory of Great Zhao. Wang Tunglong forced a smile. At least 30 million people of Great Zhao rely on these unbroken mountain forests to make a living. This fire would be equivalent to burning 30 million people of Great Zhao to death. It's not that I don't want to. It's just that I can't. Wang Tunglong replied in a somewhat frustrated manner. Sun Fu, who lowered his head in shame. King of Hell, Chu may be inside the mountain forest, but our first priority is to put out the fire. We can't set it on fire. Wang Tunglong said these unbroken mountains have existed for thousands of years. How can we destroy them in our hands? Won't you and I become eternal sinners if that happens? I was too rash. Bifuhu was ashamed of himself. No, you weren't reckless. I was also tempted a moment ago. Wang Tunglong took a deep breath. Setting fire to the mountain would have solved the problem once and for all. But I can't do that. So I had to convince you to convince myself. He took a deep breath and sighed deeply. He repeated this for a long time. Then he weakly said, we can't set fire to this mountain forest, even if it's in iron cloud, let alone in Great Zhao. This mountain forest is too dense. We are soldiers. We can kill people on the battlefield, but we can't destroy humanity. We can't commit atrocities. Yes, this subordinate will follow the Supreme Commander's instructions. Sun Fu, who was convinced. Wang Tinglong led his men to wait for a while. Jingmeng Han and the others finally arrived like a whirlwind. King of Hell, Chu has entered this mountain forest? Jingmeng Han frowned. Why didn't you pursue him first? Wang Tunglong knitted his brows when he heard these words. Wang Tunglong had a bellyful of anger in his heart. "That's your problem," Wang Tunglong replied disdainfully. He meaningfully looked at Jing Menghun and said, "King-level expert Jing, the Golden Horse Riders Department must give an explanation for the deaths of my subordinates." He paused for a moment. Then he slowly said, "Even Prime Minister Diwu must give an explanation for this matter." Jing Menghun stared blankly. He could hear that General Wang's heart was on the verge of erupting in anger. He couldn't restrain it. He knew that he was in the wrong. So he couldn't say anything. Wang Tunglong coldly snorted. Then he turned over and mounted his horse. His back was as straight as a javelin. His complexion was cold and stiff. He slowly threw out a few words. "I, Wang Tunglong, am not someone that a king-level expert like you can question. You don't have the right to question what I do, or whether I pursue or not." Wang Tunglong waved his hand after he had finished speaking. "Withdraw!" The army followed behind him. They withdrew with a rumbling sound. Every soldier who passed by Jing Menghun and the others looked at them as if they wanted to swallow them alive. Chapter 350. The army slowly withdrew. The last ones to withdraw were the archers who had been intimidating them. They put away their bows and arrows with a click sound. Then they spurred their horses and left. "This matter is our fault. The war is imminent. So we shouldn't cause trouble for the Prime Minister." Jing Menghun sighed. Then he vented his anger on King of Hell Chu. He clenched his teeth and ordered, "Chase him." 30 people in a group. Divide into 20 groups. Each group will take a spirit contract with them. Use the secret signal of the Golden Horse Riders Department. Search for King of Hell Chu day and night. He is seriously injured. Then he is surrounded and chased by the army. So he is exhausted. We can't make any mistakes this time. Jing Menghun and the others cautiously entered the forest. A loud wolf's cry was heard from afar in the forest. Jing Menghun's eyes lit up. Everyone looked at each other. Is it possible that King of Hell Chu didn't have anything to eat? Did he run into a wolf? Does he want to eat the wolf's meat? Well, this possibility is very high. Jing Menghun pondered for a moment. Then he waved his hand and said, 2 groups, go and take a look. Be careful of the wolf pack." 10 people divided into 2 groups. Chu Yang had already gone deep into the forest. He hadn't gone far when he had entered the forest. He had jumped on a tree and stopped in a lush area. He needed to rest and recover. Secondly, he needed to see the situation. He needed to get his body nimble. He wouldn't have any hope of survival if he were to blindly run away in a panic. This mount of forest was different from the one he had passed through earlier. There were many weeds in that mountain forest. The trees there weren't very dense. There weren't many pine trees. However, pine trees occupied almost half of this mountain forest. There weren't many other kinds of trees. Therefore, he had to extract the juice from the pine trees if he wanted to hide his orchid fragrance in this mountain forest. He had to use that choking smell to hide in the forest. This was a very difficult thing to bear. However, he had no other choice. He could use green to hide in that mountain forest. But he had to use a dark green color in this primitive mountain forest. After tidying himself up, Chu Yang felt that his physical strength had recovered a lot. So he took out some dry food from the tribulation space and ate it. He filled his stomach and drank a lot of water. Then he identified the direction and calmly continued his escape. After all, the distance from Great Zhao to here was more than 2,000 li, which was close to 3,000 li. After walking for a few miles, Chu Yang was greeted by 2 green and lustrous eyes which looked like will-o'-the-wisps. This made Chu Yang's heart tighten. Then he was overjoyed. Wolf. In a forest like this, if there were wolves, there would be a pack of wolves. On the other side was a wild wolf the size of a calf. Its entire body was greenish-black, and it was quite robust. Seeing a stranger, he actually took the initiative to assume an attacking posture, showing no fear at all. Chu Yang took a closer look and saw a row of shriveled mammoths under the wolf's belly. It was actually a female wolf. Chu Yang couldn't help but become more confident. Mother Hui would be more convenient. She didn't waste any more words and directly leaped forward. The she-wolf let out a long howl and pounced on him like lightning. A man and a wolf quickly approached each other and collided with each other. Chu Yang fiercely punched the she-wolf's belly and sent it flying dozens of feet away. It crashed into a big tree and issued a painful whine. Even the sword spirit couldn't understand Chu Yang's behavior. It's too late for you to escape at this critical moment. You can easily bypass this wolf with your agility. Why are you provoking it? Do you have nothing better to do? However, Chu Yang continued to punch the she-wolf. It didn't matter how it tried to dodge or escape. But Chu Yang's heavy fists always hit the most painful places on its body. The she-wolf finally couldn't bear it any longer. It suddenly stopped dodging and placed its long mouth on the ground. Then, it suddenly issued a high-pitched and mournful howl. Chu Yang exposed a smiling expression in his eyes. Then, he suddenly flashed and broke the wolf's hind legs. The wolf's howl became even more tragic as a severe pain assaulted it. Chu Yang also looked up to the sky and screamed at the same time. It seemed as if he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Ah, ah, the sword spirit fiercely shivered. You're not injured, my ancestor. Why are you screaming so miserably? Besides, even if you were bitten, you don't have to scream so exaggeratedly, do you? The injuries you suffered earlier were far more serious than this. I didn't even see you groan. Chu Yang continued to scream, miserably. His screams were even louder than those of the wolf clan. While screaming happily, he leaped and circled around the forest like a shooting star. A few wild hares and pheasants appeared in his hands. He threw them into the air, and the tribulation sword was unsheathed. A light ball exploded in the air, and the few small animals that he had just caught were instantly smashed into pieces. With a flick of his sleeves, the pieces scattered in a straight line with a radius of hundreds of feet. The she-wolf was stimulated by the strong smell of blood. It screamed even more miserably and loudly. Chu Yang let it scream and turned a deaf ear to it. He tore off a piece of his clothes and tied it to a tree. Then he took out a bucket of pine sap from the tribulation space and poured it all on himself. Then he rushed up the tree with a swoosh. After a few leaps and bounds, he disappeared into the distance. Wolf howls rose one after another in the distance. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Giant wolves rushed over from all directions. The entire forest seemed to be filled with waves of wolves. As far as the eye could see, the unity of the wolf race was clearly displayed at this moment. However, Chu Yang had already gone in the opposite direction before they had arrived. He had flown away from the sky without any danger. A pleasantly surprised cry was heard from afar. King of Hell Chu is over there! Sword Spirit finally understood Chu Yang's intention. He forced a smile and said, "You're so mean." Chu Ho mischievously laughed and disappeared. How many giant wolves are there in this primeval forest that hasn't been set foot in for thousands of years? Chu Yang didn't know this. He also didn't intend to know. However, he was sure that Jing Meng Hun and the others would catch up with him later. They would certainly be able to count the number of wolves. The 2 teams of Golden Horse Riders department had a total of 10 people. They had heard the howls of wolves and had come to investigate. They had heard the screams of King Chu from afar. Their spirits had been lifted, and they had rushed in the direction of the sound. They had barely approached the place where the howls had come from when they had felt their hair stand on end. The sounds that had echoed from all directions had made their scalps tingle. Rustle, rustle, rustle. It's not good. It's a pack of wolves. One of them was quite perceptive. He immediately shouted. Everyone's scalps tingled. They tiptoed a few steps forward and looked. My God, wolves. There are so many wolves. Innumerable wolves. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo! A timid guy sat down on the ground on the spot. He almost cried. Mother, why did you let me intrude into a wolf's den? They saw that the giant wolves were rolling over from all directions. They were converging towards this place. The greenish-black fur of the wolves was constantly moving up and down in the forest. The pack of wolves had become densely packed in a matter of a few breaths. An endless pack of wolves was rushing over from afar. The pack of wolves that had arrived first had smelled the smell of blood. They hadn't thought much about it and had immediately sounded their horns. Go back quickly! Go back quickly! The revered martial artist who had warned everyone had a deathly pale complexion. His legs were almost playing the pipa. Everyone's cultivation wasn't weak. It wasn't a problem for one person to deal with dozens or hundreds of wolves. But there was absolutely no chance of victory if they were to encounter so many wolves in such a dense forest. There were no less than thousands of wolves gathered in front of them. There were even more that were rushing over. There were even more that were further away. The 10 people hurriedly retreated. But it was too late. There was no need to mention what kind of smell the 10 people would emit in this primitive forest. The smell of these people in this primitive forest, where almost no one had set foot in, would be to the wolf pack sense of smell. It was like a lighthouse in the dark night, shining with boundless radiance. Moreover, these 2 teams had brought along 2 spirit beasts. The spirit beasts had already let out whines in the face of the smell of so many wolves. This sound had also pointed out the direction of everyone. No one would have thought that the weapon used to hunt down King of Hell Chu would become the best target for the wolf pack today. There was no need for any instructions. Pairs of sparkling green eyes looked towards this side. Then a roar resounded. Hundreds of black shadows leaped into the air and rushed towards this side. A whoa, don't misunderstand. This was an authentic wolf's howl. The greenish-black fur of the wolves stood up. They violently pounced towards the 2 teams like surging waves. Alarm screams, shouts, sounds of fighting, and the sounds of swords being unsheathed rang out together. The wolf pack became even crazier. More and more wolves swarmed towards this side. The howls of the wolf pack were also heard from another direction. Then the sounds of fierce fighting, screams, cries for help, and the howls of the wolf pack. It was obvious that the other teams were also being attacked by the wolf pack. Jing Meng Hun's furious howl was heard. This king-level expert couldn't avoid being discovered by the wolf pack. The smell of blood pervaded the forest at this moment. It soared into the sky and stimulated the ferocity of the wolf pack. Countless wolves were still as vigorous as the wind in the dense forest. They rushed over in batches and groups to participate in the battle. We must wipe out these hateful humans who have intruded into our territory. This is the world of wolves. Wu, King of Hell Chu, you despicable villain. You're a vicious bastard. You. Jing Meng Hun quickly chopped down the wolf pack that was rushing towards him. He was so angry that his belly was about to burst open. He was so angry that his vision turned black. It seemed as if his heart was going to explode. This bastard has attracted tens of thousands of wolves in order to escape for his life. Jing Meng Hun saw that the experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department that he had painstakingly gathered were drowned in the wolf pack. They were fighting a desperate battle against a pack of wild beasts. He felt like vomiting blood. It wasn't easy to gather so many people. But it wasn't to kill wolves. King of Hell Chu, you won't die a good death. Jing Meng Hun was so angry that he felt dizzy. He cursed out loud. Then he fell into an extremely arduous battle to kill the wolves. He could leave if he wanted to, but the remaining people would face tens of thousands of hungry disciples if he left, and they would be finished. Chapter 351. The 10 Golden Horse Riders are trying their best to hunt down King of Hell Chu. Ha ha ha. Tai Longcheng happily said, "It is said that King of Hell Chu stole Diwu Ro's treasure house." Diwu Ro's anger soared to the sky. So he ordered the Golden Horse Riders Department to mobilize. He didn't hesitate to cooperate with the various government forces to capture King of Hell Chu and bring him to justice. Then he laughed heartily and said cheerfully, "King of Hell Chu is sitting here calmly. Diwu Qing Ro must have been blinded by lard. What else could it be?" Tai Butian's body trembled as soon as these words came out. His complexion changed. Wu Qianqian clenched her fists tightly. However, the Thunder Generals and the advisors burst into laughter. It seemed as if they had heard a big joke. They were overjoyed. It could be said that Niao Qianqian's progress under Chu Yang's influence was obvious to all during this period of time. Whether it was military affairs, politics, or schemes, Chu Yang stuffed everything into Niao Qianqian's head and then taught her personally. Then Chu Yang went to Great Zhao as a shopkeeper after it had started to take shape. Therefore, Wu Qianqian had continued to take care of all the matters. Niao Qianqian had also carried out Chu Yang's policy. She had integrated her delicate and feminine nature into her work. Therefore, her work had become more seamless. Not only had Butian Pavilion admired this minister more and more, even Tai Butian believed that Wu Qianqian wasn't inferior to Chu Yang. Tai Butian had been in charge of the overall situation ever since they had arrived in the southern border. Tai Longcheng had been immersed in the army. Wu Qianqian had led Butian Pavilion to eliminate spies. Her ideas were ingenious. Her calculations were precise. Her actions were ruthless and clean. Even an experienced soldier like Tai Longcheng was amazed. This also meant that Chu Siwang's current status was like the sun and the sky. He didn't have the slightest doubt about King of Hell Chu's identity. Now that he had heard that Diwu Qingro had mobilized the entire country to capture King of Hell Chu, Tai Longcheng almost burst into laughter. Tai Longcheng believed that Diwu Qingro must have been ruthlessly played by someone since the real King of Hell Chu was by his side. This was great news for him. At this moment, Tai Longcheng's mood couldn't be described with the word delight or schadenfreude. That was Diwu Qingro. Who could deceive him like this? "Minister Chu, what do you think about this matter?" Tai Longcheng asked Wu Qianqian with great interest. There was even a playful smile on his face that was overjoyed. "This, it's hard to say," Wu Qianqian replied absent-mindedly. Her heart was full of worry for Chu Yang. During this period of time, whenever he was free, Tai Longcheng would catch him and chat with him. Furthermore, he had threatened him countless times to make him fulfill his promise. God knows what kind of promise Chu Yang had made to him at that time. Therefore, Wu Qianqian had been humming and humming in a perfunctory manner. However, the more perfunctory Chu Yang was, the more excited Tai Longcheng became. Later on, Tai Longcheng tried to guide Chu Yang in a roundabout way. Others might not know Chu Yang, but how could Niao Qianqian not know? Chu Yang had always been the type of person who wouldn't withdraw until he saw an opportunity. So, Niao Qianqian wouldn't have believed that Chu Yang had promised to give Tai Longcheng a divine weapon at that time. Therefore, she flatly denied it. Tai Longcheng became angry. However, King of Hell Chu wasn't someone to be trifled with. Wu Qianqian's strength in this regard had left Tai Longcheng dumbfounded. However, he was helpless. He had been so angry that he had flipped the table many times. However, Wu Qianqian didn't yield an inch. During this period of time, the two of them had become enemies. However, Wu Qianqian's strength had imperceptibly established her absolute authority among the army's generals. This was Tai Longcheng. He was the #1 person in the entire Ironclad nation. He was second only to the emperor. Ordinary military officers wouldn't dare to argue with him. Some of them would even pee in their pants if he glared at them. Wu Kuangyin was one of the top 10 generals of the continent. However, he had been caught and beaten by Tai Longcheng a few days ago. So, there was no need to mention the others. However, this King of Hell Chu had covered his face. He was mysterious. However, he was able to confront Tai Longcheng on the spot without falling into a disadvantageous position. In fact, his imposing manner was enough to make Tai Longcheng flip the table in anger. However, he was able to remain calm and composed. How could an ordinary person do such a thing? Why is it hard to say? Tai Longcheng asked tirelessly. Because you haven't clearly explained the situation of this matter. For example, Diwu Qingro has been chasing after King of Helchu. Has he been caught? Where is he now? How many people have been dispatched by the Golden Horse Riders Department? What about the losses of the Golden Horse Riders Department? What about King of Helchu's actions? Wu Qianqian snorted and said, You haven't said these things. How would I know how to judge? Tai Butian's fervent gaze also looked over. He chimed in, Yes, second uncle, you haven't clearly explained the situation. Isn't this making things difficult for us? Tai Longqing suddenly felt that something was amiss. Isn't this matter funny? Why aren't these two people laughing at all? He coughed twice and began to speak. Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian straightened their bodies as he narrated. They stared at him intently and began to calculate something in their hearts. Tai Butian's complexion turned deathly pale when he said that this king of Helchu had been fatally injured, and he was fleeing towards Iron Cloud. Moreover, the Golden Horse Riders Department was chasing after him relentlessly. Niao Qianqian's body also began to tremble slightly. Her small hands were tightly clenched under her black robe. Her blue veins were exposed. Tai Butian's complexion seemed to be a special mask. It wouldn't change under normal circumstances. However, he had exposed such a deathly pale complexion this time. It could be seen that his heart was fluctuating greatly. Tai Butian paced back and forth in the tent that night. He felt that his thoughts were in a mess. It was difficult for him to control himself. A guard shout came from outside the door. Who is it? It's the minister. Wu Qianqian walked in. She was dressed in a black robe. What does your majesty intend to do about this matter? Wu Qianqian asked as soon as she entered. She had made up her mind that she wouldn't take the initiative to enter Tai Butian's tent. This was because she had always been on guard against Tai Butian. On one hand, she was afraid that His Majesty Tai Butian would have improper thoughts about her. On the other hand, she had a vague feeling that this His Majesty would snatch away something very precious from her. This was a strange feeling. Wu Qianqian herself didn't know what was going on. She didn't know what the precious thing that Tai Butian was going to snatch away was either. However, she still felt uncomfortable in her heart. Therefore, she wouldn't take the initiative to look for Tai Butian. Tai Butian would usually look for her at the Heaven Pouncing Pavilion. What else can I do? Tai Butian snorted coldly and said, Huh, what do you mean? Wu Qianqian's heart tightened. She angrily said, Don't tell me that you're going to do nothing? Tai Butian, you're really scheming. How can you be so vicious? Chu Yang has done so many things for you. He has almost turned the situation of the entire world around for you. Now that he's in danger, you're actually going to turn a blind eye to it? In her fury, Niao Qianqian had forgotten that the person in front of her was the ruler of a nation. She questioned her directly and with a deep sense of disappointment. Nonsense. Who says that I'm going to give up? Tai Butian was flustered and exasperated. Wretched girl, what are you thinking about all day long? Then you. Wu Qianqian was stunned. Why did Tai Butian's voice sound so sharp? It was completely different from his usual voice. Moreover, this was the first time she had seen such an exasperated look. I'm thinking of a suitable way to bring Minister Chu back. Tai Butian sighed deeply. Her right hand clenched into a fist and punched her left palm fiercely. There was an indescribable anxiety that she couldn't control, even though she was trying her best. Bring him back. Yes, We must act immediately to bring him back. Wu Qianqian's eyes lit up. How can it be so easy? Tai Butian sighed. From here to the prefectures is 13,000 miles, and this is the border of Iron Cloud. It can be said that 13,000 miles is within the boundaries of the prefectures. At present, almost 1 million soldiers of Great Zhao are hoarded here. We can't get through. The only possibility is that Chu Yang will use his own strength to break through here. Then we'll go and provide support for the last part of the journey. The more Tai Butian spoke, the more powerless she became. 13,000 miles. How long would it take for Chu Yang to break through by himself? How long would it take for him to play hide-and-seek with Great Zhao's entire national apparatus with his own strength? Moreover, he had a clear goal and gave the enemy a way to block him. How could he get through? Even a middle-grade king-level expert would have died if he had tried to rush all the way here. Even an emperor-level expert wouldn't necessarily be able to survive this. Wu Qianqian's delicate body swayed twice. She said in despair, disappointment, and hatred, "You mean that we won't do anything? Wait for him? Do you think that's possible? Tai Butian, you're so heartless." "Stop!" Tai Butian's voice was sharp as he berated her sternly. Then he softened. Wu Qianqian snorted heavily and sat down. She didn't notice that she was sitting on Tai Butian's seat. However, she didn't stand up. It was clear that she wasn't going to leave if Tai Butian didn't give her an explanation. Tai Butian was burning with anxiety. How could he pay attention to such a trivial matter? He paced back and forth. Then he finally said slowly, "Minister, Chu won't go through a town if he wants to return. He won't have any hope if he goes through a town. The only way is through the forest. And it's the shortest way." "Forest?" Wu Qianqian's spirit was lifted. "The shortest way to go through the forest is from the Qilong Mountain. Then you'll enter the 1,000-layer forest. You'll have to cross 3,000 miles through the dense forest. You'll have to pass through the Jiagu Pass, the Sun City, and the Gold Star Pass. Then you'll have to cross the forest and cross the heavy water swamp. Then you'll have to cross the Great Ba Mountain. You'll have to cross the Great Ba Mountain and enter the continuous forest. Then you'll have to cross the White Snow Mountain and the Ice Peak. Then you'll have to cross the Jade Snow Mountain Range to enter the continuous mountain range of Beyond the Heaven Sect. We'll be able to provide support once we get there. We won't be able to provide support until we get there." Tai Butian carefully considered. Then he slowly said these words. He pointed out the only feasible way for Chu Yang to escape. Chapter 352. However, Tai Butian's calculations left Wu Qianqian in despair. This is not something that a single person can do. Wu Qianqian almost jumped up. She was furious. Even an Iron Man would melt alive if he were to walk on this road. What's more, Chu Yang is made of flesh and blood. What's more, he is seriously injured. What's more, the martial arts experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department are hunting him down. What are you doing if you aren't watching with folded arms? A man made of iron can't do it, but it doesn't mean that Chu Yang can't. Tai Butian said coldly. Tai Butian felt as if there was a fire burning in his heart. The anxiety in his heart was no less than Wu Qianqian's. He even wanted to grab Wu Qianqian's clothes and shout, "I am also worried about him. I don't want anything to happen to him. Because... However, he couldn't say it. He couldn't shout it either. He could only hide it in his heart. "Then I will go to Beyond the Heaven Sect and wait." Wu Qianqian made a prompt decision and stood up. "You? What's the use of you going? Our 200,000-strong army won't be there. You won't be of much use. Moreover, you won't be able to command the army to cooperate with you." Tai Butian snorted and said, "I need to go." "You?" Miao Qianqian's eyes widened in surprise. The ruler of a nation was leaving the front line when the war was about to break out? Don't forget that there is also a path there. There is also a battlefield there. Diwu Qingrou's 500,000-strong army is heading there. Tai Butian said heavily, "Second uncle has been managing this place for 20 years. With him around, it is impregnable. However, there is only a geographical advantage there. Someone must be in charge. If I separate from uncle and propose to guard there, he won't refuse, because he thinks that place is much safer than here." Wu Qianqian was silent. The reason why that place was Diwu Qingrou's main target was because the terrain there was high and steep. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. It could be said that one man could hold back 10,000 men. Millions of troops could fight at the same time on this side of the battlefield. However, only less than 10,000 people could fight at the same time on that side. Moreover, these 10,000 people were the total number of people on both sides. Iron Cloud City was located at the steepest and most crucial part of the mountain. It stood majestically. Diwu Qingrou had mobilized 500,000 soldiers for this attack. It could be said that this was an unprecedented move. "Well, I'll go too." Wu Qianqian suddenly became spirited and said, "Let's go together." "No, you can't go." Tai Butian's eyes flashed strangely. She said, "The pressure on royal uncle's side is too great. Moreover, after I leave, he won't have anyone to consult with and can only make decisions on his own. But facing Diwu Qingrou like this is too risky. Therefore, you have to stay. Even if you can only provide an advisory role, it will be the greatest help." Wu Qianqian frowned and stubbornly said, "No, I have to go. I won't be at ease until I see him return safely. You must stay here." Tai Butian refused to budge. For some reason, Tai Butian just didn't want Niao Qianqian to go this time. He clearly knew that to Niao Qianqian, once Chu Yang returned, this kind of blissful reunion after a long separation would be enough for her to remember for the rest of her life. However, Tai Butian didn't want Wu Qianqian to go. She couldn't say anything. The two argued for a long time and finally came to an agreement. If Chu Yang returned, Wu Qianqian had to know immediately. Moreover, Wu Qianqian had to rush to meet Chu Yang as soon as she got the news. However, if Chu Yang didn't return within a month, then Niao Qianqian would go even if the sky fell down. Both of them were filled with anxiety. Tai Butian felt that he had won this round. Wu Qianqian didn't know the secret behind this. So, she bit her lips and reluctantly made this agreement with Tai Butian. Niao Qianqian still felt very wronged. She still wanted to go, but she couldn't persist. She felt that Tai Butian's decision was a little too rash and willful. Moreover, Tai Butian might be in danger if he went there. However, she strongly hoped that Tai Butian would go there quickly, because Tai Butian could only mobilize the army there and defeat the invading enemies in one fell swoop. Only then could he command the army to go south and support Chu Yang. Just as Tai Butian had said, the army wouldn't listen to her if she went there. She could only be anxious and helpless. This was the main reason why Niao Qianqian had compromised. The next day, Tai Butian and Tai Longcheng discussed for a while and proposed to go there. Tai Longcheng was having a headache about Tai Butian's safety. So, he slapped his thigh as soon as he heard this proposal. It was incomparably satisfying. After all, he would be facing an army of more than 4 million soldiers. Once the war broke out, the army would be in turmoil and chaos. His Majesty would be done for if anything happened to him. However, no one could guarantee that he wouldn't die in such a situation. Tai Longcheng had been racking his brains to think of a way to send His Majesty to a safer place. Now that Tai Butian had proposed it, it was exactly what he had been hoping for. He immediately mobilized 100,000 elite soldiers under the leadership of Wu Kuangyin. They were accompanied by 40,000 imperial guards and experts. On the surface, they looked like ordinary soldiers, but secretly escorted Tai Butian. Of course, the imperial flag of the main camp was still standing tall and fluttering in the wind. It was showing everyone that the emperor was still here. Tai Longqing finally felt relieved. He felt a lot more relaxed. Tai Butian was there. First, it was a lot safer. Second, both sides had powerful commanders who could coordinate with each other. Third, it was a great buffer. After all, this was the decisive battlefield. In case of defeat, Ironclad would not perish as long as Tai Butian was still alive. He could then concentrate on fighting his old enemy, Diwu Qingro. He could go all out and fight to the death without any misgivings. That night, Tai Butian led everyone and left the main camp. Niao Qianqian and the people of Butian Pavilion and Beyond the Heavens sect stayed behind. Tai Butian wanted to take Wu Yunliang and the others. After all, they were the local tyrants and were familiar with the terrain. However, Wu Qianqian rejected this idea without hesitation. Then, she let Chang'an take all the experts of Butian Pavilion who were martial great masters and above to follow Tai Butian. The people of Beyond the Heavens sect were very familiar with the terrain. Moreover, their martial arts were very high. But there were too many unsafe factors. For example, second martial uncle Li Jinsong, for example. How could Wu Qianqian let them follow Tai Butian? Naturally, Wu Yunliang could not go. If he went, the rest of the people would make wild guesses. Guessing back and forth, they might even leak the information. Therefore, Wu Qianqian rejected all of them. It was better to nip the problem in the bud. Tai Longqing's advice to Tai Butian was, after reaching the other side, do your best to defend. Don't ask for any merits. Just do not make any mistakes. Your safety is the most important thing. Tai Butian agreed wholeheartedly and then left. Even if the army could march, it would still take 4 days to reach the other side. However, under Tai Butian's urging, the 200,000 men and horses moved as fast as lightning. They reached the other side in 2.5 days. Then, 2.5 days later, reporting to Supreme Commander, there are changes in the Eastern Front. The scout reported to Tai Longqing. He was so tired that his whole body was cramping. This rapid march had almost made the scout's body fall apart. But he remembered Tai Longqing's previous orders. He persevered and finally rushed back. There are changes in the Eastern Front. Tai Longqing, who was gathering the generals to discuss the military situation, was shocked. Tai Butian had just arrived. How could there be changes? He didn't have time to think. So he hurriedly asked what happened. Great General Wu Kuang Yun immediately took over the military power after he arrived. The former Commander-in-Chief, General Li Fanlon, became a muddle-headed general under Great General Wu Kuang-yin. Then the 200,000 soldiers were reorganized, the scout reported. Wu Kuang-yin's actions are very fast. Tai Longqing felt relieved. He was very gratified. He stroked Hu Dale and said, "This is not a change. Even if there is a change, it should be a change." He was very gratified. He thought, Wu Kuang-yin is worthy of being one of the top 10 generals. He's usually rough and straightforward, but he won't be careless at a critical moment. Look at this matter. He's very efficient. I'm relieved that His Majesty is with him. Yes, but there's more to it. The scout wanted to say something, but stopped. He secretly raised his head to look at the Supreme Commander's face. What else is there? Tai Longqing was in a very good mood. Great General Wu Kuang-yin immediately reorganized the troops after he took over the military power. He combined the 3 forces into one. Then, in less than 2 hours, the First Jin Army broke out of the slanting valley. They opened a path through the mountains and built bridges. The scout clenched his teeth and said, what? Tai Longqing's hand shook. A strand of his beard was pulled off. It fluttered in his hand, but he didn't feel any pain. He suddenly turned his head. He used a lot of strength to turn his head. He almost twisted his neck. He stared at the scout. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Inside the tent, all the generals widened their eyes and opened their mouths wide. Maintaining the posture of Gang Kai, all of them froze in place. Wu Kuangyin. How can he be so bold? Isn't this a disgraceful way of doing things? The war hasn't started yet. Moreover, the entire country is in a bad situation. Great General Wu has just become the main general of a branch. But he has already launched an attack? Crap, what's going on? We're not dreaming, are we? Several staff officers pinched the muscles on their thighs. They grimaced in pain. They couldn't believe it. Great General Wu Kuangyin has issued an order. He's going to lead 300,000 men and horses. They're going to march straight into the valley. They're going to meet Great Zhao's White Tiger General by Changtian's 500,000 men and horses head-on. The distance between the two sides was less than 200 kilometers by the time this subordinate left. The scout was sweating profusely. Tai Longcheng was dumbstruck. His eyes turned white. He almost fainted. Bai Changtian's army had come from afar, but they hadn't arrived at their destination yet. In fact, they didn't even have the time to set up camp. Although it was risky, the current situation had reached a point where they had no choice but to take the risk. Moreover, there was also a very important person returning from this route, Minister Chu. So, Minister Chu would have fallen into a dead end if he had allowed Bai Changtian to set up a camp and block his way back. After all, he would have been surrounded by enemies in front of him and would have been pursued from behind. Bai Du Tiebao world, defying heavens no matter what, he would not allow it. No matter how one looked at it, they had no choice but to send out their troops. Moreover, the sooner the better. Wu Kuangyin, you only need to fight. Go and seize victory. Tai Batian coldly said, I don't care what a supreme commander like you thinks, but you only need to obey orders when the time comes. Anyone who disobeys orders will be beheaded. Wu Kuangyin wanted to cry, but had no tears. He was an old soldier. He had been on the battlefield for half of his life. How could he not know that he had to take the enemy by surprise at this time? He had a 10% chance of winning. Bai Changtian was a famous general of his generation, but he would have never thought that the natural defenses would send out their troops to fight. After all, Great Zhao and Ironcloud had been fighting for hundreds of years. Great Zhao had always tried every means to attack Ironcloud, while Ironcloud had only defended. This had never changed. This had become a fixed trend in the minds of all the generals. Perhaps they would be able to defeat the famous White Tiger General in this battle. Immortal, even if there was only a 1% chance of defeat, they couldn't let Tai Batian take the risk. Ironcloud would have been completely routed if something went wrong. The White Tiger General, Bai Changtian, was also very puzzled. The enemy had a natural stronghold along the way. They didn't need a lot of people. In fact, they needed less than 1,000 people to defend this place. Even the attack of 100,000 troops would have been of no use. Why did the Prime Minister change his itinerary this time? And why did he arrange 500,000 troops here? This shouldn't have been the case. Whether it's from a strategic point of view or from the overall situation, such a decision shouldn't have been made. In Bai Changtian's mind, only 200,000 troops would have been needed to pin down the enemy. Then they would have taken over this place after the victory of the main battle had been achieved. Well, it's hopeless to attack head-on. Is it because of that King of Hell Chu? Humph. King of Hell Chu is called King of Hell, but he's only one man. It's impossible for a man to run for thousands of miles by himself. Moreover, he must have been chased for thousands of miles to reach this place. Wouldn't that make him an immortal? General, the heaven-splitting mountain pass is about 300 miles ahead. "Brothers, we've been trekking for a long time. Men and horses are tired. Shouldn't we take a rest?" The deputy general beside him said, "Yes, we're almost there. What's there to rest for? How can a soldier not have the least bit of tenacity? Are they still my soldiers?" Bai Chang Tian reprimanded with a cold face, "Then, should we continue with the rapid march?" The deputy general's face twitched. Bai Chang Tian slowly nodded. He then said in a routine manner, "Inform the brothers to speed up the march. We can set up camp as long as we reach the designated place, and we won't have to worry about anything from then on. We can take turns to rest." In all fairness, Bai Chang Tian felt very uncomfortable in his heart. His biggest contribution as a soldier was to attack a city, seize territory, and expand his territory. The decisive battle had arrived at this time, and he had to hide here. He couldn't get any credit for this battle. This made him feel very aggrieved. Bai Chang Tian almost thought that someone had given him a bad impression in front of the Prime Minister. However, it was a fool's dream to think that he could get any credit here. Attacking the heaven-splitting mountain pass was an arduous and thankless task. The enemy's geographical advantage was too abnormal. It was like a knife-cut cliff. Moreover, it was cut inwards. The entire mountain pass was 1,000 feet above the ground. It was almost vertical. One couldn't see anything below the mountain pass, even if they raised their heads. In fact, it looked like a concave cave. Since ancient times, there had only been a narrow and winding path to reach the top. Moreover, it was so steep that it made people want to curse. Even the strongest physique would lose its strength by the time they climbed up. The enemy only needed 100 or so soldiers to defend the mountain pass, and they would be able to kill all the soldiers who could rush up without getting injured. Fight! How do we fight? Big! This is a disgrace. The war is about to begin, but I have to come here for a vacation, long. Therefore, Bai Chang Tian had been strict with the army along the way. However, it was only out of habit. He had always been wise and prudent, but he was much more relaxed at this moment. After turning a bend in the mountain, the road ahead finally became a little more spacious. Bai Chang Tian's spirit was lifted. He was about to give the order to speed up when he suddenly wrinkled his brows. He felt that something was wrong. He couldn't help but frown and ponder. Then, he felt that the ground under his feet was slightly trembling. Countless birds in the distance were startled. They squawked and flew in all directions. Countless small animals in the forest were frightened and fled in all directions. Smoke and dust rose to the sky in front of them and filled the entire sky. Enemy attack! The sharp bugle horn of the vanguard army sounded. It was accompanied by an extremely frightened scream. Bai Chang Tian's body tensed up. He immediately responded, "Army, stop! Get ready to meet the enemy." However, his scalp went numb when he looked at his surroundings. There are mountain walls on both sides. My troops are walking on this narrow mountain road. My men and horses are exhausted. There's no way to retreat. We can only fight among ourselves. We can only rush forward. However, the army didn't have any fighting spirit at the moment. Moreover, the enemy had clearly recharged their strength. So, how can we fight this battle? The army in the front stopped when the order was given. However, the army of 500,000 soldiers was marching at the same time. So, the army in the front had stopped. However, the army in the rear hadn't received the order yet. Many soldiers had been rushing for several days. So, they had been sleeping while walking. They had been relying on the support of the formation to stay standing. The soldiers in the front had been pushed forward by the soldiers in the rear. So, the soldiers in the front had been pushed forward. They had slowly squeezed into a group in the middle of the formation. Their chests were pressed against each other's backs in an incomparably intimate manner. Curses were heard from the soldiers who didn't understand what was going on. The entire army had been thrown into chaos by the time they had stopped. Only the sounds of people cursing in different dialects could be heard. Are you blind? You stepped on your grandfather. Phut! Whose grandfather are you? I'm your grandfather. Puff! You dared to hit me. You dared to hit me. Brothers attack. Kill this turtle. Fuck your mother. Phut! Phut! Bai Changtian looked at the general beside him in a panic. His complexion had turned deathly pale. He had been in the army for 30 years. However, this was the first time he had felt powerless. Everything had been going smoothly for the past several hundred years. So, he and everyone else knew that the heaven-splitting mountain passes defenders wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Moreover, they hadn't seen even half of the enemy's scouts along the way. So, they knew that the enemy had chosen to stick to their defense. Their vigilance had been getting lower and lower. However, they hadn't expected that the enemy would strike a fatal blow at such a critical time. The sound of hoof beats from the opposite side was getting closer and closer. The enemy didn't slow down. Instead, they increased their speed. Their shouts and battle cries reverberated in the air. The enemy clearly wanted to rely on their sharpness and thunderous fury to defeat their troops in one fell swoop. A loud roar was heard. Then a military flag suddenly fluttered in the wind and rolled out. The wind whistled and blew against the flag. A golden dragon was soaring in the sky above the flag, and a white cloud was crazily expanding above the golden dragon. Chapter 354. It seemed as if Bai Changtian's muttering had been confirmed by a rough and wild laughter. A man's silhouette was riding a tall horse. He held a long saber in his hand and shouted like a thunderclap. The man and his horse fell from the sky and rushed into Bai Changtian's vanguard like a god. Bai Changtian, your grandpa Wu has arrived. It was Wu Kuangyin. He waved his saber, and countless heads soared into the sky along with waves of blood. This was the prelude to a massacre. Wu Kuangyin's innate divine strength displayed an unparalleled might in such a chaotic battle. He wasn't an expert, but he was a valiant general in this kind of battle. He rushed into the enemy's ranks with his horse in tow. Then he brandished his broadsword a dozen times and cleared the enemy's ranks. He then tore open a gap in the enemy's ranks. Then the iron-clad soldiers rushed in from behind him like wolves and tigers. Kill them all. Tai Butian's voice resounded. Don't look back. We must kill our way to the rear of Bai Changtian's army, even if we die. Kill. Follow me. Charge. Wu Kuangyin looked up to the sky and shouted. He knew that victory or defeat would be decided in this one move. He raised his saber and clamped his legs on the horse's belly. He took the lead to kill his way in. Then 10,000 soldiers followed him and crazily killed their way in. The 50,000 vanguard soldiers were like a huge nail. They heavily wedged into the enemy's ranks with an indomitable will. Then the 300,000 soldiers rushed in like a tsunami. Bai Changtian's orders couldn't be transmitted in this chaotic battlefield. He was in despair. Supreme Commander, let's go. The deputy rushed over with his face full of blood. Go. Bai Changtian smiled sadly. Where should we go? He turned his head to look at his troops. They were crowded in the densest places. Perhaps they couldn't even pull out their sabers. The rear of the 200,000-strong army hadn't received any news. They were still moving forward in a steady stream. It's over. Bai Changtian smiled miserably. I can't believe that I, Bai Changtian, will be defeated here. He swept his eyes around and saw that Wu Kuangyin's entire body was bathed in blood. He wasn't far from him. His troops had lost their fighting spirit. They were screaming like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They couldn't even flee in all directions. They could only stretch their necks to be slaughtered. Defeated. Moreover, it was a crushing defeat. From the looks of it, this battle was already destined to end in total annihilation. Bai Changtian laughed wildly. His voice was full of despair. He pulled out his sword with his right hand and said sadly, "It's my fault." The long sword turned around and rushed into Bai Chong Tian's heart with a wisp of flowing light. The White Tiger General, one of the 10 Dragon and Tiger Generals, chose to use his own life as an apology. Before the war ends, don't take any prisoners. Pierce through him as fast as you can. Tai Batian also didn't expect that this White Tiger General would be trapped on such a narrow mountain path with no way forward or retreat. She had wrapped him up like a dumpling. Such a heaven-sent opportunity made Tai Batian immediately realize that this could be an unprecedentedly brilliant victory. Therefore, he made a prompt decision and immediately gave another order. Don't take prisoners. If they were to release the troops to collect the captives now, it would undoubtedly delay the time of victory. Furthermore, the other party was now squeezed into a group and didn't even have a chance to retaliate. If he didn't grab hold of this opportunity, he would really be a fool. The Ironclad Grass team was like a huge roller rolling over an uneven road. After passing through, it was a flat stretch of land. The situation was under control. Chu Yang had fled to the Great Ba Mountain by now. This place was already 8,000 miles away from the prefecture. Along the way, Chu Yang had been chased by the Golden Horse Riders Department's people countless times. He had been injured countless times and had been on the brink of despair countless times. Chu Yang's back still had the mark of being hit by Jing Menghun's palm. If it weren't for the sword spirit, Chu Yang would have been buried in this barren mountain. The scars on Chu Yang's body had increased by at least 80 along the way. Every one of them was a ghastly sight. Even the incomparably small Vitality spring water couldn't heal him immediately. The old wounds hadn't healed yet, but new ones had come. Even though the Tribulation Sword had the power to devour living beings, Chu Yang had almost reached the point of exhaustion. Jing Menghun hated Chu Yang to the core. Chu Yang had lured nearly 100,000 wolves out of the 1,000-layered forest. More than 100 experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department had chased after Chu Yang. Nearly 300 of them had lost their lives to the wolves. Baidu Tieba world, defying heaven's Jing Menghun, had exhausted all his means. He had exhausted all his strength to lead the remaining 300 people out of the forest. Everyone was injured. Even Jing Menghun's body had 3 or 4 bite marks from the wolves. What about the others? A rough calculation showed that King of Hell Chu had lost more than 100 experts since he had escaped from the province. They hadn't fought him yet. These people were martial great masters and above. They had been carefully selected by Jing Menghun. Losing even one of them was an irreparable loss. Jing Menghun's lungs were bursting with anger. However, he had suffered such losses in such a short period of time. He had chased after Chu Yang without caring about his own safety. Chu Yang was gasping for breath as he leaned against a tree. He was enjoying this rare tranquility. He had used all kinds of tricks to get rid of Jing Menghun's pursuit, and he had arrived here. He had been beaten up for the past few days. His original method of concealing his whereabouts had become useless these days. He didn't have enough time to conceal the orchid fragrance on his body. Jing Menghun had chased after him without rest or sleep. He would rather exhaust his men to death than kill Chu Yang. This had left King of Hell Chu in a very difficult situation. The sword spirit had reminded Chu Yang 3 days ago, the Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng has ripened. You can take it now. However, Chu Yang hadn't had the time to take the medicine for the past 3 days and 3 nights. The enormous medicinal efficacies stored by the sword spirit in his body had been decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. They had almost reached the bottom at present. They had been used to heal his injuries and support his body. Chu Yang had almost given up countless times. He hadn't even had the time to take a breath during that time. However, Chu Yang's heart began to ache as soon as he closed his eyes. Mo Qing was standing in the white snow. She was wearing a red dress. She was looking at him with deep affection and hidden bitterness. She then softly asked, "Chu Yang, have you given up?" Therefore, Chu Yang immediately woke up. He almost suffocated and took a few deep breaths, and Mo Qingwu was wearing a red dress. She had sparkling and translucent tears in her eyes. She looked at Chu Yang pitifully and pursed her lips. It seemed as if she would cry at any time. She then sobbed and said, "Brother Chu Yang, when will you come to pick me up? Little Wu is very happy here. I miss you." Therefore, Chu Yang was sweating profusely. He woke up with a start. Chu Yang's will to live had suddenly burst out countless times in desperate situations. This had shocked Jing Menghan. However, it had also increased Jing Menghan's determination to get rid of Chu Yang. Chu Yang had finally shaken off Jing Menghan. However, he had paid the price of a broken arm. Chu Yang had made rapid progress. In fact, he had made great progress. However, there was still an unreachable gap between him and a peak king level expert like Jing Menghan. He was the master of Tribulation Sword. However, he couldn't do anything to Jing Menghan at such a distance. He could kill a first-grade king level expert and a second-grade king level expert. Even a third-grade king level expert or a fourth-grade king level expert could be killed if Chu Yang used a trick. However, he was still powerless against a peak king level expert. Every step of this 8,000 miles journey had been filled with danger. It hadn't been easy for him to obtain less than 2 hours of time. This period of time was extremely precious. The sword spirit immediately took out the jade snow spirit ginseng. Chu Yang closed his eyes and gasped for breath. He didn't wait for his breathing to stabilize. He felt an ice-cold flow of spirit energy rush into his stomach with a loud rumble. It rushed into his meridians, therefore. The sword spirit quietly released his control over Chu Yang's 5 internal organs when this flow of spirit energy reached a certain point. The spirit energy poured into his body. Chu Yang's entire body trembled. He tightly wrinkled his brows. He was biting his black robe. However, it had already been bitten to pieces. The most important thing to take the jade snow spirit ginseng was to absorb its medicinal efficacies for one's own use. His 5 internal organs had been damaged, so they had to be slowly repaired. Therefore, it would take time. Moreover, it wouldn't take a short time, for hours of time might be enough or not. However, Chu Yang had no other choice. He would die if he didn't take the jade snow spirit ginseng. The sword spirit carefully guided the spirit energy. He tried his best to transform it into a gentle flow of spirit energy. It nourished and repaired Chu Yang's 5 internal organs. The sword spirit completely released the sword energy in the end. He couldn't allow any carelessness at this point. The spirit energy slowly poured into Chu Yang's body. The serious injuries of Chu Yang's internal organs slowly improved under the sword spirit's control. They slowly healed and recovered. More than half of them had been restored. There was only a little bit left. Chu Yang would become a normal person as long as his internal organs were restored. However, his blood vessels and meridians were unobstructed. Moreover, his internal organs were being restored. Diwu Qing Ro's destroying soul and breaking heart palm finally broke out. A strong orchid fragrance slowly floated out and spread in all directions. However, Chu Yang didn't know anything about all this. He was still in deep meditation. In other words, he was in a kind of deep sleep. Moreover, he was being hypnotized. 3 hours had already passed. Chu Yang was about to succeed. Suddenly, a rustling sound was heard from all directions. It was the low, whining sound of the spirit creature. It was getting closer and closer. In the dense forest, in several directions, the branches of the trees swayed at the same time. Someone was approaching. The experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department had finally found Chu Yang's hiding place under the guidance of the orchid fragrance. Jing Menghan was rushing over from afar. His hair was disheveled, and his face was fierce. Where is it? Reporting to King level expert, it's in front. The orchid fragrance is coming from the valley ahead. How many people are rushing over? Don't alert the enemy. Yes, the subordinates also have this thought. Moreover, it's somewhat unusual this time. We didn't see anything strange until we got close to the valley. The opposite party didn't react. I suspect that it might be an orchid. Let's go and take a look. Chapter 355. Chu Yang had reached a critical juncture. The final juncture. More than 50 experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department had arrived here. They slowly crept towards the center of Chu Yang's position from all directions. Chu Yang closed his eyes and quietly waited for the sword spirit to repair the last gap. One more thing, one more thing, one more thing. Shwa! Jing Meng Hun fell from the sky like a meteor. He circled 3 times over the valley and finally found Chu Yang under a small pine tree. He couldn't help but expose a cruel smile on his face. King of Hell Chu, you've finally fallen into my hands. Jing Meng Hun felt that he couldn't continue this pursuit any longer. He was exhausted to death. Jing Meng Hun believed that Chu Yang was like a lamp that had run out of oil. In fact, Jing Meng Hun was surprised that Chu Yang had been able to hold on for so long. Others didn't know, but Jing Meng Hun was well aware of all the wounds on Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang had been hit by Diwu Qing Ro's destroying soul and breaking heart palm during this period of time. Then he had fled for thousands of miles. Then he had killed his way through an army of 10,000 soldiers. He had received 3 serious arrow wounds and several sword wounds. His internal organs must have been in a mess by now. Jing Meng Hun had led his subordinates to fight with him several times, and he had added at least 10 new and old wounds to Chu Yang's body. None of them were light. In fact, such an injury could have been fatal even if it had been on the body of a middle-grade king level expert. However, it seemed that King of Hell Chu couldn't be beaten to death. He couldn't bear it any longer. Then he started to heal. Jing Meng Hun couldn't help but shout as he recalled the thrilling journey. Miracle! No matter how miraculous it is, King of Hell Chu can't hold on any longer. He's finally going to fall into my hands. He's going to pay the price for all the things he's done. He's going to pay for all the blood debts he's incurred. Jing Meng Hun let out a deep and sinister laugh. He arrived in front of Chu Yang with a schwa sound. He stretched out his big hand and ferociously tried to grab Chu Yang. Chu Yang's eyes suddenly opened at this moment. 2 bright lights flashed in his eyes as he fixed them on Jing Meng Hun's hand. At this time, the sword spirit had finished his work. Chu Yang's internal organs were completely restored. The power of the Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng was indeed the creation of heaven and earth. Jing Meng Hun was shocked. Is this a trap? However, he gritted his teeth and continued to attack. In just a moment, he had figured it out. Chu Yang didn't dare to set up any traps in such a situation, not to mention putting himself in danger to set up a trap. The only possibility was that Chu Yang was bluffing. I'm a veteran of the Jianghu. Do you think you can scare me away by bluffing? What a joke. Just as this palm was about to touch Chu Yang's body, a strong wind blew against Chu Yang's face, causing the hair on Chu Yang's forehead to flutter. Chu Yang coldly looked at Jing Meng Hun's palm. Then he suddenly placed his right hand horizontally in front of his chest. His palm faced outwards and fiercely met Jing Meng Hun's palm head-on. Jing Meng Hun was overjoyed. He increased the strength of his palm. He thought, even if you're a genius, even if you have some martial arts skills, you're far inferior to me. Moreover, you're an arrow at the end of its flight. How can you be my opponent? You're courting death if you want to meet my palm head-on. In the blink of an eye, the 2 palms violently collided with each other with a loud bang. A loud bang was heard. Chu Yang somersaulted backwards and spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs had almost been ruptured again. His whole body was in so much pain that he felt as if it wasn't his own body. He endured the pain and jumped to the top of a tree. However, Chu Yang wasn't the most tragic one. It was Jing Meng Hun. Jing Meng Hun had never imagined that such a thing would happen under such circumstances. Jing Meng Hun suddenly felt that something was wrong when his palms collided with Chu Yang's. He didn't know when his opponent's palm had turned into a sharp sword. It pierced his palm with irresistible force. Jing Meng Hun was startled. He felt severe pain. He immediately withdrew his hand. His body drifted away like smoke. His right hand was dripping with blood. His opponent's sword had pierced his palm. He had retreated a few steps, but the sword had already pierced his arm. It had pierced his elbow. The bones of half of his arm had been shattered. Jing Meng Hun suddenly woke up from a dream and issued an earth-shattering scream. Ah! Thump! He was in so much pain that he broke out in cold sweat. He clutched his right hand. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the other party's right hand would suddenly turn into a sword. Moreover, he was already at the peak of the king level. It could be said that his body was invulnerable. Even those legendary godly weapons would only be able to harm him if they were in the hands of the same level of manpower. Chu Yang's martial strength was such that he wouldn't necessarily be able to injure him even if he had a divine weapon in his hand. However, the truth was so bizarre. Not only had Chu Yang injured him, but he had injured him under impossible circumstances. Moreover, the injury was extremely serious. Jing Meng Hun retreated 17 feet. He immediately felt that his arm had lost its vitality from the elbow down. This arm was already dead. It no longer had any connection with his body. This made Jing Meng Hun feel so much pain that he wished he was dead. However, he couldn't understand it. Jing Meng Hun was proficient in medicine. So he knew that even if his arm was chopped off and separated from his body, it could be reattached as long as there was a divine doctor by his side. It wouldn't be as convenient as it used to be, but it wouldn't be a disability at least. Why did he lose his vitality after being stabbed by his opponent's sword? Catch him! Catch him! Catch him! Wahaha! Jing Meng Hun held his arm as he crazily ordered. His face was ferocious, and his heart was bleeding. His hair was disheveled. The experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department looked at the crazy king level expert. Their brains short-circuited, and they were almost petrified. How could such an unforeseen event happen so suddenly? They heard Jing Meng Hun's crazy shouts. They seemed to have woken up from a dream. They shouted and chased after him. They had planned to besiege the king-level expert in case he failed. After all, they hadn't found King of Hell Chu's specific location before Jing Meng Hun's arrival. However, the king-level expert had found King of Hell Chu as soon as he had arrived. Everyone admired him. A king-level expert is a king-level expert. It's really the fart of a local lord. It's extraordinary. He has a skill. He has a bottle of cinnamon on his buttocks. Everyone was about to sing praises when they saw that King of Hell Chu was about to be captured. However, an old hen turned into a duck in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the cooked duck flapped its wings and flew away. Then, the king-level expert started to scream in pain. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream. They felt that this was too fucking outrageous. Chu Yang's blood was surging in his chest. He felt extremely uncomfortable. Chu Yang had used the Calamity sword to injure Jing Meng Hun when he was least expecting it. This had made Jing Meng Hun withdraw most of his strength. However, Jing Meng Hun had still released a part of his strength. Blood flowed from the corner of Chu Yang's mouth. His body almost fell from midair. However, he was intercepted by the experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department after he had fled for more than 300 feet. Then, people's shadows flickered from all directions. Whoosh! 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 Chu Yang frowned. He withdrew his sword. The sword flickered for a while. Bang! 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 3 almost inaudible sounds were heard. The 3 sections of the Calamity Sword's sword point, sword edge, and sword edge were attached to his body at the same time. His murderous aura surged in an instant. Chu Yang's body spun around. He hadn't even landed on the ground when he roared. 1 point of coldness, 10,000 feet of brilliance. With a bang, this sword shot up into the night sky like fireworks, blooming with a loud bang. 10,000 sword lights and 10,000 sword energies rushed out at the same time. The 2 sides had been fighting for a long time. So, the experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department knew how powerful this move was. So, they dodged one after another. What harm is there in blocking the entire world? Chu Yang transformed into a bright ball of light along with his sword. He rushed towards the densest part of the crowd like a meteor. Baidu Tieba world, defying heavens, the experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department felt that something was amiss when they saw these 2 moves. Chu Yang's moves had become more and more skillful after many battles, but his body had been riddled with scars and injuries. So, the power of his moves had been getting weaker and weaker. However, the momentum of these 2 moves had clearly shown that his martial power had made great progress. Could it be that King of Hell Chu has recovered to his peak? If that's the case, then no one is a match for him except for King-level expert Jing. Drip blood! Drip blood! Jing Meng Hun crazily shouted from a distance. Suddenly, someone's complexion turned resolute. He wielded his sword and pounced towards Chu Yang. 1 person moves, and 100 people follow. This is how it is. No one would understand if there was no one to take the lead, but the others would step forward dauntlessly if someone stood out. Jing Meng Hun looked up to the sky and roared from a distance. Then he chopped off his right arm from the elbow with a schwa sound. Half of his arm fell to the ground with a puff sound, but not much blood flowed out from the wound. King of Hell Chu, your cultivation technique is so vicious. Jing Meng Hun was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He hadn't felt any pain since his arm had been chopped off. It was obvious that the vitality of this half of his arm had been extinguished. Jing Meng Hun hurriedly stopped the bleeding on his arm. Then he shouted loudly and chased after Chu Yang. The eyes of this peak-level king-level expert had turned completely red. Chu Yang fiercely exchanged moves with more than a dozen experts in midair. Everyone scattered with a loud bang. 3 or 4 people had bright flowers of blood spurting out of their chests, shoulders, thighs, and other places. Chu Yang snorted. His face was as cold as ice. He looked at the shadows of people rushing towards him from all directions. Then he fiercely bounced his feet. His long sword vibrated and issued a dragon's cry. He shouted, "A sharp will buried deep will not change." He shook his long sword and shouted again, "Gather the wind and clouds to become the emperor." Then he fiercely rushed forward. His hands didn't stop moving. He crazily swung his long sword and used the last 4 moves of Calamity Sword. The sword's edge has been famous since ancient times. The wind and clouds move unhindered from the west to the east. The sun and the moon act as the thunder in my body. Then he shouted loudly, "Behead the entire world without retracting the blade." Countless sword energies gathered together in the sky. It was as if the sun had suddenly exploded. The area within a radius of 10 feet was filled with cold and destructive sword energies. "Quick dodge!" Jing Meng Hun anxiously shouted as he rushed over. Everyone dodged. Chapter 356. Jing Meng shouted and chased after him. However, she only saw the trees in the jungle rustling. Then a black shadow with a strong orchid fragrance disappeared into the distance with a schwa sound. only that wild laughter was still echoing in the air. Jing Meng roared and followed closely behind. Then she disappeared into the jungle with a schwa sound. The experts of Golden Horse Riders Department looked at each other. They left 3 people behind to wait for the newcomers. Then they also chased after Chu Yang into the jungle. It was yet another round of pursuit. However, even Jing Meng didn't dare to say that she would win this time. King of Hell Chu's methods were very unpredictable. It was impossible to guard against them. He was obviously only a revered sword artist. However, his methods were enough to kill a king-level expert. Even Jing Meng had been crippled by him, so there was no need to talk about other people. Therefore, Jing Meng released an invisible falcon while chasing after Chu Yang. Jing Meng became more and more impatient. King of Hell, Chu had unwittingly escaped. It was a terrifying journey. If someone had told Jing Meng that King of Hell, Chu, could escape 8,000 miles away when they were leaving the Tsong prefecture, Jing Meng would have slapped that person's face and said, "What a bastard!" However, Jing Meng didn't think so anymore. In fact, she felt admiration and fear for King of Hell Chu from the bottom of her heart. Jing Meng knew that she wouldn't be able to act like King of Hell Chu, even if she was a King of Hell level expert, if she were in Chu Yang's shoes. King of Hell Chu had framed people, ambushed people, and used mountains, rivers, wild beasts, and people's hearts. He had used everything he could. All kinds of strange and wonderful ideas were breathtaking. Moreover, King of Hell Chu's endurance and tenacity were something that Jing Meng had never seen in her life. Chu Yang had the typical style of a desperado, but he had evolved it into a chic and unrestrained style. Many times Jing Meng even had this thought: to be enemies with such a person in this life is really my greatest sorrow. King of Hell Chu's endless attack methods had made Jing Meng wary. Therefore, he made a prompt decision to send a message to the front line. He called for the experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department to rush over and intercept King of Hell Chu from the opposite side. After all, he had successfully traversed 8,000 miles out of a total of 13,000 miles. Taking everything into account, the remaining journey was only 5,000 miles. This was still an insurmountable and distant journey for an ordinary person. But this wasn't necessarily the case for King of Hell Chu. Since he had already traversed 8,000 miles, what was the point of traversing another 5,000 miles? Jing Meng didn't intend to use the military's Golden Horse Riders Department. But now he had no choice. After all, even Diwu Qingro wouldn't be able to bear the consequences if King of Hell Chu were to join forces with the Iron Cloud's army. King of Hell Chu has overheard too many military secrets. Moreover, the poisons and so on were all double-edged swords. If he could use it, so could the other party. Countless experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department arrived one after another following Jing Meng's summons. This had weakened the fighting strength of the Great Zhao's army to a certain extent, but it had also brought an indescribable pressure to Chu Yang. This made the return journey even more difficult for them to walk on. Tai Butian had won a big victory. Bai Chang Tian's army of 500,000 had been destroyed. Thousands of people had died in the internal strife, and hundreds of thousands of people had been killed on the spot. Blood had flowed like a river in the valley. The remaining 300,000 people had been captured. The degree of glory of this big victory was rarely seen even in the past 10 years of war between the two countries. Tai Butian's side had suffered less than 20,000 casualties. However, such a big victory had been achieved with such a large number of troops, and it had been achieved with such a small number of casualties. It was simply unprecedented. Tai Butian took advantage of the aftermath of this victory and pushed the defensive line forward by 500 miles. Then he set up a camp outside the valley. Under Tai Butian's command, this encampment of the marching army became an excellent camp for mutual assistance. It was undoubtedly superior to Wu Kuangyan's. Moreover, Tai Butian had also taken into account the hidden concern of the three-pronged army, the issue of mutual cooperation. He had adopted the method of interspersing the camps, and this hidden concern had disappeared without a trace. This had made Wu Kuang-yin gasp in admiration. Tai Butian had sent Wu Kuang-yin to escort the 300,000 prisoners to Tai Longcheng after everything was done. It would have been impossible to digest them here, and it would have been easy to cause trouble if they had stayed here for a long time. As for Tai Longcheng, when he heard that Tai Butian had achieved such a glorious result, he couldn't help but sigh. Then he laughed out loud. Even he himself couldn't understand what kind of state of mind he was in. In short, it was very complicated. He was very happy. However, he was also very scared. Wu Kuang-yin had escorted the prisoners to Tai Longcheng. Tai Longcheng had seen Wu Kuang-yin's proud, hairy face, and he had felt an evil fire burning in his belly. Wu Kuang-yin entered the military camp with his head held high. It seemed as if he had made a great contribution. He was thick-skinned and bulging his belly. He waved his hands and waved his arms at everyone. The smile on his face was like a blooming flower. His feet unconsciously strode forward. He felt that he was very proper. "Yo, old Wu, you're awesome. 300,000 prisoners." A general laughed out loud and said with jealousy. Wu Kuang-yin looked up to the sky. He shook his head and wagged his tail as he said, "There. It's just so. Ha." His mouth had said, but he couldn't hide his pride any longer. He was so modest that he even laughed complacently. The generals curled their lips. They felt somewhat stifled in their hearts as they looked at Wu Kuang-yin's proud appearance. But he has indeed achieved a great merit. So it's nothing to be proud of. 300,000 prisoners. There are so many generals present. Who has ever captured 300,000 prisoners in a single battle? Not even one. Ha! It's just a small matter this time. Wu Kuang-yin waved his hand. He laughed so hard that his eyebrows couldn't be seen. "Look, it's spectacular, isn't it? 300,000. Hee, it's just a small matter. Next time, it'll be more than this. Hee, how is it? You haven't seen it before, right? Hee, fuck. You, I'm talking about you. Walk faster. Damn it." Then he rushed over and kicked a prisoner's buttocks. He cursed, "You're a prisoner. You should act like a prisoner. Motherfucker. Everyone. He raised his voice. "Everyone. My fellow comrades. How is it? Ha, it's too easy. Ha." The general's facial muscles twitched. They wished that they could swarm this show-off guy and beat him to the ground. "Wu Kuang-yin, you're very powerful. You've captured 300,000 prisoners. Not bad. Tai Longcheng appeared in front of Wu Kuang-yin with his hands behind his back. "You're flattering me, Supreme Commander. Supreme Commander, this, that, it's just so." Wu Kuang-yin had just opened his mouth when he realized that it was Tai Longcheng. He hastily stopped boasting, but then he felt that such a great merit, even if he didn't boast, he still had to go. So he couldn't help but raise his tail. "Well, this old man will reward you well this time," Tai Longcheng calmly said. His voice was very cautious. That's what I should do, haha. Thank you, Supreme Commander." Wu Kuang-yin didn't know which way was north. "Men, come." Tai Longcheng shouted loudly. "I'm sorry." Wu Kuang-yin rubbed his hands and glanced greedily at Tai Longcheng. He said with a bashful smile, "Supreme Commander, it's enough to avoid jealousy. Haha, although this merit is not small, but this comrades must be united, or you can allocate 800,000 for military expenses. Haha. As for the rest, no matter what Supreme Commander rewards me, I will accept it with a smile. You can rest assured that they won't be jealous of your reward this time." Tai Longcheng calmly said. Wu Kuang-yin didn't know that a disaster was about to befall him. He grinned and said arrogantly, that's good. Everyone, old Wu will be rich this time. Men, Take down this undisciplined and undisciplined bastard who acts without permission, ignores military regulations, and despises his superiors. Tai Longcheng's words caused Wu Kuangyan's body to sway a couple of times. It was as if a bolt from the blue had struck his ears. Some of the nearby officers couldn't help but laugh. Supreme Commander, Supreme Commander. Wu Kuangyan was dumbfounded. Even in his wildest dreams, he had never imagined that he would be able to enjoy such a reward. Take him down! Tai Longcheng's voice was stern. Kill anyone who dares to resist. Suddenly, a group of executioners swarmed forward. They nimbly tied up Supreme Commander Wu Kuangyan and threw him on the ground like a dead pig. Beat him. Tai Longcheng was furious. He pointed his finger and said, Beat him! Beat him 10 times. Supreme Commander, why is this happening? Why is this happening? Wu Kuangyan was dumbfounded. He kept on shouting. The other generals surrounded him as if they were watching a monkey show. Wow! Isn't this Supreme Commander Wu? Yes, yes. Isn't this the great meritorious General Wu? But why is he being beaten? Yes, why is he being beaten? Ha ha ha! Then they all laughed in unison. After the 10 beatings, Tai Longcheng picked up Wu Kuangyan and strode back to the commander's tent. He threw him on the ground and shouted, Bastard! There's no one else in this world who's more of a bastard than you. Supreme Commander, I'm innocent. Wu Kuangyan groaned. His face was full of pain. His skin was rough and his flesh was thick. But these 10 beatings weren't easy to endure. Even though he had already shown mercy, he was still beaten to the point where 1 Buddha was born, 2 Buddhas ascended to the heavens, and 3 Buddhas were nesting. You're innocent? Let me ask you, what did I tell you when you set out from here? I didn't expect that you would start to disobey my orders. And you've turned a deaf ear to my words? And you've even won? Do you know that you would have been dismembered if you hadn't won? Tai Longcheng was furious. Chapter 357. The situation this time was more dangerous than any of the previous times. Chu Yang had been killing his way through. He had been constantly setting up ambushes. He had been using tricks and schemes. He had finally managed to break into the mountain range of Beyond the Heavens sect after several battles. Everyone knew that the mountain range of Beyond the Heavens sect was the border between Great Zhao and Iron Cloud. Chu Yang would enter Iron Cloud's territory as long as he crossed this mountain range. At that time, the Golden Horse Riders Department wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Therefore, the experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department who had been recruited by Jing Meng Hun had gathered here. There were several thousand of them. Each of them was an expert. Some of them were hiding in the dark. They had already set up ambushes. Some of them were waiting for King of Hell Chu at various points. Some of them were waiting in the open or in the dark. Jing Meng Hun had recruited more than 1,000 experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department to chase after King of Hell Chu. Chu Yang had broken into the range of Beyond the Heavens sect's first garden with bruises all over his body. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Chu Yang had felt relieved when he had seen this familiar mountain range. He had felt so relieved that he had collapsed. Fortunately, he had persevered. That was because the first garden of Beyond the Heavens sect was now an empty shell. There was no one inside. This place was only 400 to 500 kilometers away from the place where Tai Butian was looking at. However, these 400 to 500 kilometers had cut off all communication between the two sides. Chu Yang thought that Tai Butian was still in the capital. He didn't know that Tai Butian had already arrived at the front line. Tai Butian thought that Chu Yang was still thousands of kilometers away. He didn't expect that Chu Yang had already arrived at such a close place. If Tai Butian knew about this, he would have immediately sent an army of 500,000 to meet him. He would have brought Chu Yang back safely, even if he had to fight to the last man. Unfortunately, he didn't know. Chu Yang's vision was almost blurred as he entered beyond the Heaven's Sect. He was already exhausted, far away on the official road of Great Zhao. The fluttering banners covered the sky and covered the earth. They almost blocked the sunlight. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were slowly moving forward. It seemed as if a huge dragon was slowly swimming in this vast land. A bright yellow carriage was in the middle of the troops. It was full of rich and luxurious aura. Simple curtains were hanging around the carriage. This carriage seemed to have attracted everyone's attention. It was as if the slow movement of this carriage was filled with a calm demeanor compared to the other carriages. Diwu Qing Ro reclined on the cushion of the carriage. His face carried a warm and confident smile. He indifferently looked at the crowd on both sides of the road. His eyes seemed to be mixed with ice and snow. They were calm and sharp. On both sides of the road, the officials bowed to the ground, respectfully sending off Prime Minister Diwu. The people lined the streets to send him off with great momentum. However, this also slowed down the march of the army. Diwu Qing Ro's expression was warm, but his heart was very impatient. Furthermore, the grand expedition ceremony had already made him unhappy. He was even more annoyed by this kind of people who lined the streets to send off his younger brothers to battle, especially when they were already 3,000 miles away from this place. There were still officials who wanted to flatter him and mobilize the people to send him off. This made Diwu Qing Ro even more unhappy. But there was nothing he could do. This was because he knew that although all of this was just a formality, it was necessary. It was also a way to mobilize the people. The hidden power of today's ceremony would be revealed when news of victory would arrive in the future, or when the people would be required to contribute their strength. This was an extremely huge force. Even the monarch of a nation couldn't deny the power of the people's hearts. Therefore, he could only accept it. Moreover, he had to show his best attitude. The army slowly moved forward. Its speed wasn't fast. Diwu Qing Ro sat in the well-ventilated carriage. He had an elegant appearance, a calm smile, a wise and far-sighted gaze, and a confident smile. Everyone who saw Prime Minister Diwu for the first time would admire him greatly. Only such a person would be able to defeat Iron Cloud, sweep across the world, and establish Great Zhao's everlasting foundation. However, Diwu Qing Ro's thoughts had already drifted far away. He remembered the time when he had received the news of Jing Menghan and Wang Tenglong's separation. He had hated them for failing to meet his expectations, but he had been helpless. Jing Menghan had the strength of a king-level expert. It could be said that his strength was at the peak of the lower three heavens, but his brain was somewhat rigid. Nothing particularly big had happened in the past, so Jing Menghan had handled it with ease. However, the matter of chasing King of Hell Chu had fully reflected the limitations of Jing Menghan's ability. He was a first-grade king-level expert, but he was still a Jianghu man. He had never regarded himself as an official of the imperial court, nor had he integrated himself into Great Zhao's system. He had always been outside. Therefore, even though he was a first-grade king-level expert, his highest achievement in life was merely to control the Golden Horse Riders Department. Moreover, his ability had begun to be stretched ever since he had lost the assistance of the other three king-level experts. How could King of Hell Chu have escaped thousands of miles away if they had mobilized all their forces to capture him? Wouldn't it be a big joke if they had let King of Hell Chu escape with the entire nation's strength? However, Diwu Qing Ro didn't say anything about this, because he knew that whatever he said would be superfluous. A good plan requires the ability of the person who carries it out. Jing Menghan obviously isn't capable, so there's no need to say anything. Capturing King of Hell Chu is naturally good. Even if I can't capture him, I, Diwu Qing Ro, will defeat King of Hell Chu on the battlefield. It will be a piece of cake for me at that time. The other matter was Wang Tunglong. Du Qingro was even more speechless when it came to General Tunglong, one of the 10 Dragon Tiger generals. Du Qingro heaved a long sigh after he had read Wang Tunglong's military report. He didn't speak for a long time. Wang Tunglong's military report had been very objective. He hadn't complained to the Golden Horse Riders Department. He had simply described the facts. It was mixed with a little anger, but it could be ignored if one didn't pay attention. However, Du Qingro wasn't angry because of this matter. He had only replied to Wang Tunglong's letter. He had wearily closed his eyes. He didn't want to hear any news about this matter. It's understandable that you feel resentful and relieved after losing this battle. But what's the reason for this? Or is it because of you? You may have arrived a little late. But you didn't do anything wrong. You are a man of war. How can you not know that there is a limit to tension and relaxation? Can't you eat an army of 10,000 in batches? Must you cook them all in one pot to swallow them? It's a pity that you lost because of this. What's the matter with your arrogance and dullness? One side is a joke. Both sides are the laughingstock of the ages. Don't mention it. King of Hell Chu escaped. Should I blame you or him? It's understandable that Jingmeng Han went late. But your stupidity can't be forgiven. Why must you eat an army of 10,000 at the same time? Both sides made mistakes at the same time. It's a laughingstock of the ages. And you still have the face to talk about it in front of me? Well, that's the gist of it. I heard that Wang Tunglong was ashamed after receiving this letter. In fact, he vomited blood on the spot. However, he vomited blood, but it couldn't compare to the depression in Du Qingro's heart. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There were obstructions in the front and pursuers in the back. Their forces were hundreds, or even thousands of times stronger than King of Hell Chu's. Such a good opportunity to capture King of Hell Chu has been wasted. Moreover, both sides are blaming each other after wasting it. They are blaming each other, but Du Qingro wouldn't have been able to restrain himself if his self-restraint wasn't so good. He would have cursed, "Blame your mother. You two bastards. One is a tortoise and the other is a turtle. You're so stupid that you're on the floor. I'll let you enter the palace if you continue to blabber." Of course, Du Qingro would have never cursed it out loud with his self-restraint. But this didn't mean that he didn't think so. In fact, he really wanted to catch these two people and crush them to death. Fuck! Du Qingro narrowed his eyes and said in his heart. Du Qingro put down the curtains on all sides and closed his eyes to rest. His thoughts had already drifted to the battlefield thousands of miles away. Tai Longcheng, my old rival. I, Du Qingro, have come. But I won't play any games with you this time. I will defeat you in one fell swoop. I will crush you. Tai Butian, I will drag you down from the throne. I will turn you into a captive or a corpse. I will let you know that the throne of the human world isn't easy to sit on. King of Hell Chu, I, Du Qingro, will look forward to meeting you on the battlefield if you don't die. I will let you experience my methods. I will let you know that you are far inferior to me in terms of intelligence and martial arts. This world will tremble in my hands. Unification! Du Qingro's body swayed up and down along with the carriage. The dense aura between his eyebrows made the surroundings of the carriage feel chilly even though it was a hot summer day. Chu Yang rushed into the beyond the mountain tower like a gust of wind. His super-strong spirit sense had sensed that this seemingly tranquil mountain forest was filled with a dangerous aura that could make one's heart palpitate. This kind of dangerous aura made Chu Yang's mind, which was about to relax, become extremely alert again. He was exhausted to death, but he didn't dare to take a deep breath. Dozens of external injuries had been added to Chu Yang's body during this chase. The heaviest injury had almost chopped off his leg, but he had dragged it and escaped from the encirclement. Moreover, he had tried his best to prevent his internal organs from being seriously shaken. His internal organs had gradually returned to normal. The orchid smell that had been emitted from his body had also gradually begun to dissipate and weaken. There was still a faint smell, but it didn't affect the overall situation. Otherwise, this journey would have been more and more thrilling. Perhaps he would have been captured by now. Jing Menghan was also puzzled as to why the orchid smell had gradually weakened during this intense chase. Chapter 358. Chu Yang tried his best to adjust his breathing. His body lay motionless in a sparse patch of grass. He used a few trees to conceal his body. I must do the opposite at this time. I must catch the enemy off guard. Only then can I have a chance of survival. Chu Yang would be consigned to eternal damnation if he made even the slightest mistake. The pursuers were almost right behind him and could discover him at any time. But Chu Yang still chose to hide in this patch of grass where he could be easily discovered. The terrain here was very flat, so it would have been easy to find him. However, the people of the Golden Horse Riders Department knew that King of Hell Chu was very crafty. So everyone was looking at the dark corners of the mountain forest with their eyes wide open. They were looking at the strange peaks and strange rocks. They were looking at the dense forest. Therefore, no one was paying attention to these ordinary places. That was the human psychology. However, this had also given Chu Yang a chance of survival. Heaven never bars one's way. You can find a way out as long as you are bold and careful. You can make use of everything around you. Even if it's a place of certain death, you can still find a way out. But how many people can do this in this world? Chu Yang slowly let out a sigh of relief. He felt the soreness all over his body. He also felt the burning pain from nearly 30 wounds that hadn't healed yet. He tried his best to restrain his aura. He used his divine sense to control his pores. He didn't want the smell of blood to spread out too obviously. At the same time, the sword spirit in Chu Yang's mind was pouring the medicinal efficacies into Chu Yang's body at a crazy speed. It had been complaining that Chu Yang had accumulated too much medicinal efficacies before. Absorbing too much medicinal efficacies wasn't good for cultivation. However, it was afraid that Chu Yang couldn't absorb more medicinal efficacies now. It even began to complain, the stored medicinal efficacies are too little. It's not enough. He felt that his strength had recovered by 30%. His stiff body also slowly regained some vitality. His thunder-like heartbeat also gradually calmed down. Chu Yang had to change his hiding place. This place is only temporarily safe. Maybe someone will find me if they turn around and look at me. The pursuers will see my exposed buttocks if they catch up with me at this time. However, his body was already in a terrible state. The little bit of strength he had recovered did not allow him to do any big movements. Especially after this short rest, that kind of exhaustion almost made his divine soul a little dazed. Fortunately, he had come here when he was at the end of his rope. This was beyond the Heavens sect, and it could be said that it was her maiden home, although there were many people here who could be more familiar with the terrain than her. Chu Yang comforted himself. He bent his body like a cat and agilely rolled over. Then he propped his elbows on the ground and quickly moved horizontally from the tip of the grass. This kind of lateral movement also required skill. Now he could not jump, nor could he touch the grass to make a rustling sound, for fear that someone would hear him and the matter would be over. However, he couldn't support his body too high. If he was too high, he would be discovered and he would be done for. He could only use his elbows to support himself on the ground, and then move his body horizontally. His toes touched the ground, and his elbows moved over again. After dozens of times, his elbows, which were bearing the weight of his entire body, were completely rubbed against the bare sand and rocks, and were already dripping with blood. But Chu Yang had finally managed to move more than 100 feet horizontally, and approached a short pine forest. No matter how short the pine forest was, it was still much taller than the grass. Moreover, it was also much denser. As long as he entered this place, he would be much less of a target than Shi Kai's place. Chu Yang's eyes cautiously looked all around. The closer he got to success, the calmer he became. That's because there were many people who had fallen into a trap at this juncture when they relaxed. There were many examples of people who had fallen into this trap. There was a black-clothed man on top of a pine tree on his upper left. He was hiding in the dense pine branches, and his eyes were vigilantly watching every dark corner. His expression was serious and focused. He looked like a hunting dog that was hunting for food. However, he had neglected the small pine tree under his feet. Ah, it's dark under the light. It's good to be dark under the light. Chu Yang praised the professionalism of this expert of the Golden Horse Riders Department in his heart. He locked his divine sense on the opposite party and took advantage of the opportunity when the opposite party turned his head to look in another direction. Chu Yang's body lightly floated up, and he used the last bit of his strength to hide his scarred body behind a short pine tree. Then he quickly sank down and curled up his entire body into the shadow of the short pine tree. "What's the situation?" The man faintly felt that there was some movement. He casually looked down at his feet, but didn't find anything. So he turned his head back and muttered curses. "Motherfucker, I have to catch this king of hell Chu. Motherfucker, I'm so tired. I've been squatting on this stinky bed for 3 days and 3 nights. Motherfucker, isn't this tormenting me? There's so many foxes, squirrels, and hedgehogs in this mountain. Motherfucker." Obviously, this man had already regarded Chu Yang as a weasel, a squirrel, or something like that. Chu Yang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, he wouldn't think about what kind of difficult actions this guy would take to fuck a fox, squirrel, or hedgehog's grandmother. He just calmed down and rubbed the plant juice accumulated in the tribulation space little by little on his bloody wounds. Although it was very painful and wasn't conducive to the recovery of the wounds, it could make the smell of blood completely disappear from his body. Then he began to treat his injuries right under this guy's nose. He waited quietly for the sky to turn dark. When the sky turned dark, the chances of him escaping would be higher. The mountain wind was getting stronger and stronger. Occasionally, a whirlwind would blow past the trees, whistling as it blew past, bringing with it a burst of shrill cries that sounded like the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods. Then the man who was cursing would point at the sky and point at the earth. Swish, swish, swish sounds rang out continuously. A man in black who was missing half an arm suddenly appeared here. The villagers were immediately alerted. They immediately turned their heads and asked vigilantly, "Who is it?" "It's me." "Ah, so it's Lord Throne." It was Jing Meng Hun who had taken the lead and arrived here. "Did you find anything?" Jing Meng Hun frowned and asked with a calm face. King-level expert Jing had become increasingly irritable these days. He was on the verge of exploding. "No, King of Hell, Chu hasn't arrived here yet." "He hasn't arrived?" Jing Meng Hun frowned. "Impossible. I followed the smell of blood all the way here. It disappeared when I arrived here. How could he not have arrived?" The man in black was startled. He said, "He disappeared here?" Jing Meng Hun didn't answer. He sniffed and carefully looked around. Suddenly, his expression tightened. He quickly walked to a certain place. Then, his expression turned gloomy. There were clear traces of someone lying in this place. The distance between this place and the black-clothed man was less than 5 feet. Jing Meng Hun squatted down and turned over the grass. Then he wiped the grass with his finger. He raised his hand and saw that it was dark red. He put his hand to his nose and smelled it. He smelled a faint orchid fragrance. Jing Meng Hun's face turned ferocious. He stood up and didn't even turn his head. Instead, he slapped the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man spun in a circle after being hit by this slap. His head buzzed, and blood came out of his mouth and nose. He scratched his head in confusion. "King-level expert, You, what are you doing? What am I doing? Jing Meng Hun was furious. He cursed loudly. Fuck your grandmother. King of Hell, Chu has been lying here for a long time. He even bled here. Then, he rested here to restore his strength. You motherfucker, you're still dreaming. King of Hell Chu? The black-clothed man was petrified. King of Hell Chu was right under my nose. Fuck your grandmother. If it wasn't King of Hell Chu, then who else could it be? Jing Meng Hun was mad with anger. Jing Meng Hun was well aware that Chu Yang had paid a heavy price for breaking out of the encirclement. Even a 3-year-old child would have been able to kill King of Hell Chu if he had been found. However, this dear friend had missed such a good opportunity. King of Hell Chu had been lying beside him on the verge of death. He had rested for at least a quarter of an hour, but he hadn't realized it, as if he was dreaming. This guy is too slow. How stupid is he? He should have been hacked to pieces. Jing Meng Hun's blood rushed to his head as he looked at the place where Chu Yang had been lying on his stomach. He slapped Chu Yang's face with his remaining palm. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. His eyes were bloodshot as he trembled. You see? I'll fuck your mother. I'll fuck your mother. It's so obvious. There's no cover. You could have seen a person lying on his stomach. But you didn't even notice a person lying on his stomach. Your eyes are assholes. Jing Meng Hun felt that he had run out of words as he spoke. He didn't have enough words to describe the level of stupidity of this guy in front of him. He stared at Chu Yang as if he wanted to eat him alive. He was panting heavily. He was so angry that his mind went blank. King-level expert Jing's ferocious gaze made it seem as if he wanted to swallow him alive. The black-clothed man's body trembled. His face turned deathly pale. It's over. It's over. It's over. King of Hell Chu, you've killed me. The real King of Hell Chu was hiding on the side. He would have laughed on the spot if he hadn't been focused on healing his injuries. King-level expert Jing would have hit the jackpot if he hadn't heard Jing Meng Hun's angry ramblings. He would have been able to capture King of Hell Chu without breaking a sweat. What did I find? Jing Meng Hun's nostrils fiercely snorted. He pointed with his finger. There's a bastard here who's even more stupid than a log. It's as if I didn't find anything. Everyone was startled. They suspiciously looked at the black-clothed man. Chapter 359. Everyone whistled and scattered in all directions. Jing Meng Hun also left. He was burning with impatience. King of Hell Chu would have gone back if I had been a step late. Opportunity knocks, but once. Everyone dispersed in an uproar. They opened their eyes wide and searched everywhere. They even turned over mouse holes to look. However, they didn't pay any attention to the short pine shrubs that were right under their noses. King of Hell, Chu has been here for a long time. I'm afraid that there aren't any mice here. King of Hell Chu would have been caught by King of Hell Chu if he was here. Moreover, this place is completely flat. How can anyone hide here? More and more people saw this place. Then they whistled and scattered in all directions. Some of them even whizzed past 3 feet away from Chu Yang's hiding place. Everyone's eyes were like searchlights. Minister Chu was curled up in the shade of the pine shrubs. He was motionless. Well, you can do whatever you want. If you find him, I'll give you 50 kilograms of meat. If you don't find him, then you'll have to give me 50 kilograms of meat sooner or later. The sun was slowly setting in the west. The hot day was about to end. The people searching in the jungle were getting more and more impatient. We've been searching for so long. We've almost turned over this mountain. But there's no trace of King of Hell Chu. Has he already escaped? Absolutely not. Jing Meng Hun decisively concluded. King of Hell Chu's injuries are so serious. It's a miracle that he could escape to this place. It's a miracle. It's impossible for him to escape far away. Jing Meng Hun was well versed in medicine. He believed in his own judgment. King of Hell Chu is definitely on this mountain. Continue to pull the rope. Search every cave. Search every tree. Search every bush. Even if it's a snake hole, search every inch of it. Smash all the big rocks. I don't believe that King of Hell Chu can fly to the sky, Jing Meng Hun hysterically ordered. Rumbling sounds could be heard from the top to the bottom of the mountain. The big rocks on the mountain had suffered a calamity. The Golden Horse Riders Department had smashed all of them into smithereens. The Golden Horse Riders Department had smashed all of them into pieces. The wolves, insects, tigers, leopards, foxes, squirrels, rats, and even ants on the mountain were all unlucky. One by one, these homeless people fled for their lives. Occasionally, they would encounter an expert of the Golden Horse Riders Department who was in a bad mood. Chu Yang's spiritual power had also recovered with the help of the sword spirit. However, the medicinal efficacy that he had painstakingly accumulated over such a long period of time had been completely consumed, and not a single drop remained. He only cut down 2 mature jade, snow, spirit ginseng, and was not willing to use them. Now, if he were to encounter any life-threatening situation, he would rely on these 2 jade, snow, spirit ginseng to save his life. All the medicines that Diwu Qingro and the Golden Horse Riders Department had collected over the years and obtained from the Great Zhao's imperial palace had turned into nothingness under the relentless pursuit of the Golden Horse Riders Department. This could also be considered as the will coming out of the sheep's body and the other side being the sheep's. If Chu Yang hadn't stored so much medicinal efficacies, he would have died no less than 50 times in this 13,000-kilometer chase if he hadn't stored so much medicinal efficacies. Moreover, this was the time of certain death. The other minor injuries weren't taken into account either. It could be seen that the tragedy of this journey was beyond the imagination of any human being. This could explain Jing Meng Hun's flustered and exasperated mood. He was on the verge of committing suicide. No matter who it was, they would have been like king-level expert Jing if they had encountered an unkillable opponent. They would have jumped up and cursed angrily. The sun slowly set, and the mountains slowly cooled down. The color of the sky had become somewhat dusky. The search team had become even more restless. Chu Yang hadn't moved at all. The wounds on his body were crawling with mosquitoes and ants. He could conceal the smell of blood to the greatest extent. But how could he hide it from the spirits of heaven and earth? Moreover, the grass and tree sap that he had smeared on his body was the source of these things to some extent. The pain and itch on his body were overwhelming. But Chu Yang's brows didn't wrinkle. He hadn't moved from morning to evening since he had chosen this position. This was because even the slightest movement of his eyebrows would have triggered the pine branches and would have made a sound. The sound would have been very soft, and the possibility of being discovered was very small. But he still endured. He wouldn't allow himself to be careless even for a little bit, no matter how uncomfortable it was. Chu Yang would rather endure this kind of torture than fall into the enemy's hands if the enemy were to surround him motionlessly in the vicinity. Chu Yang would rather endure this kind of torture, which was worse than being hacked into pieces, until he was bitten to death. He would never go out and fall into the enemy's hands to seek a quick death. He would die silently. As long as they couldn't find his corpse, they would be afraid for one day. Therefore, King of Hell Chu of Iron Clouds, Niao Qian would have been able to pretend to be King of Hell Chu. The color of the sky had finally darkened. The sound of the rope being thrown was sometimes far and sometimes near. Chu Yang secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Only now did he begin to slowly use his spiritual power to vibrate his wound muscles amidst the cries of insects and cicadas all over the ground. He used his own muscles to expel the insects and ants from his wound. Many of his wounds had turned black and were festering. The sword spirit tried to use his strength to clean them up, but the results weren't great. He couldn't do anything without the power of the elixir. Even the sword spirit found it strange. How did Chu Yang persevere? Even in the sword spirit's mind, the fact that Chu Yang could endure such torture was simply a miracle in the heavenly layer. It was as black as ink. It was already the second night watch period. Chu Yang finally moved his fingers. His whole body remained in this posture. He was already numb. He moved his 10 fingers, one by one, until his fingers were nimble and free. Then he slowly moved his wrists and moved them up one by one. By the time he had stretched his entire body to ensure that he could do any action without any stagnation, it was already the third day of the night watch period. Then he slid out from under the short pine tree like a boneless snake. Then he silently slid on the ground and approached the big pine village. The black-clothed man had been monitoring it from above. His muscles seemed to wrap around it in a flash. Then, like a snake, it crept up the wall without a sound. The black-clothed man had chosen this village for a reason. It was because this tree was the tallest tree within a radius of several hundred feet. Chu Yang didn't even touch any of the pine needles. He got on the big pine village's branch and continued to climb. His movements finally relaxed a little at this time. He reached the summit. Chu Yang cautiously looked around through the pine needles. He looked from near to far. Some kind of human sound was faintly heard from afar. Occasionally, a cold light would flash in a dense area of the village. It was the refraction of weapons. Chu Yang memorized it in his heart. He had to remember their location. The people who were pulling the rope had stopped at this time. They stayed motionless in the same place. They weren't made of iron. Moreover, they didn't know that it was the right time to guard the tree. As long as there was movement, it must be King of Hell Chu. Then, Chu Yang slowly went down the village. He used an extremely agile movement to slowly walk inside. He didn't go outside. Instead, he chose to rush into their encirclement. There were 2 reasons for this. First, they would relax their vigilance when dawn came. They would only look outside and wouldn't look at the place where they had been watching the whole night. At that time, it would be more dangerous outside. Plus, Chu Yang's leg was injured. He couldn't use his full strength. It would be easier for them to catch up. Second, Chu Yang remembered that there used to be a medicine garden on the main peak of Beyond the Heavens sect. It belonged to the sect. Although Beyond the Heavens sect had become an empty shell, the elixirs planted inside could not be so clean. There would always be remnants, even if it was the lowest grade of herbs. What Chu Yang needed the most now was medicinal efficacy. He urgently needed it. The current Chu Yang, even if it was poison, would give it to the sword spirit without hesitation. He would let the sword spirit find even the slightest bit of recovery efficacy from the poison. If he wanted to go to the main peak, he had to go through here. In addition to these 2 reasons, Chu Yang also had another thought in his heart. He still remembered that when he had obtained the sword point of calamity, there was the 7 shades cold energy. There was clearly a cold spring below it. Even if there were no elixirs, he could let the sword point absorb all the cold energy in the cold spring. It would be a powerful force. Now that Beyond the Heavens sect had moved away, it had become an ownerless object. Chu Yang took it without any psychological pressure. It could be said that every step he took was filled with trepidation. Every step he took, he had to check the reaction of dozens of directions. However, he didn't have much time. He had to go in before dawn. Chu Yang's eyes also became the same color as the night. Finally, he went around 2, 3, he went around even more. Seeing that success was in front of his eyes, Chu Yang suddenly stopped. Then he quickly stuck his body to the trunk of a big pine tree, noiselessly. The moment he hid, a few people quietly walked out from the corner. They brushed against the pine tree that Chu Yang was hiding in. Their eyes were bright as they walked forward. Chu Yang closed his eyes and counted their steps. After 3 breaths, he quickly turned around. His body flashed, and he had already entered the center of the encirclement. His back was already covered in cold sweat. In the center of the encirclement, danger lurked everywhere. Chu Yang tried hard to hold his breath. He moved like a snake for a while, lay dormant for a while, and then moved like a snake for a while, looking at the situation here. Chu Yang was even less confident. The mountain rocks in this area were all shattered. Even the turf in some places had been shoveled up by some unknown method. There were very few places that could block a person's body. Chapter 360. Chu Yang's body had almost fallen apart by the time he had finally laid down under the grass. However, Chu Yang was comforted by the smooth journey. This place was the closest place to the mountain. Jing Menghan would continue to search as soon as the sky brightened. So, Chu Yang would immediately get up and set foot on the path to the main peak as soon as they started to search the area. This was his only chance. The path to the main peak might be more difficult to traverse. However, Chu Yang would have to replenish his medicinal efficacies if he wanted to get out alive. The sky brightened up after he had hidden for less than half an hour. Jing Menghan's voice resounded. "Have you found anything?" The people of the Golden Horse Riders Department were scattered around. Therefore, Jing Menghan's voice was very loud and reverberated in all directions. "No, I also haven't found anything here. I haven't found anything." Jing Menghan's complexion turned ugly. He shook his hand and released an invisible fly. The sound of flapping wings resounded after a while. That invisible mound had flown back. Jing Menghan held it in his hand and looked at the message it had brought. His face exposed a look of relief as he said, "We haven't found anything at the intersection over there. King of Hell Chu is still in this mountain." "Yes, if we still can't find him today." Jing Menghan's expression changed. He clenched his teeth and looked up at Feng Sei. Then he said bitterly, "We can only set fire to the mountain." Set fire to the mountain. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They were somewhat hesitant. This was a big taboo in the Chongtian continent. Setting fire to the mountain was very likely to destroy hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people's livelihood. People would say that it was like killing a person with 1,000 knives. Could it be that king-level expert Jing has committed such a crime? This is Iron Cloud. The people here are our enemies. Jing Menghan said in a heavy tone. Moreover, we are trying to capture King of Hell. Moreover, we might be able to capture him today. So, we don't need to set fire to the mountain. Everyone was speechless. Let's start. Move quickly. Call out immediately if you find anything unusual. Jing Menghan waved his hand and took the lead to leave. Everyone else also flew up and scattered in all directions. At this juncture, Chu Yang leaped into the air, seemingly following the scattering crowd as he headed in the direction of his search. Someone noticed him, but his timing was too good. Furthermore, he was brazen, as if he was one of their own. Furthermore, they only saw a blurry back view and didn't think much of it. At this juncture, almost no one suspected anything. Everyone went about their own business. They had let the real King of Hell Chu, the biggest target of this operation, slip away from under their noses. Good heavens! It was truly a blessing from the heavens. Chu Yang took a deep breath and spurred his horse to rush up. Really, you were so good to me when you were alive. I feel extremely guilty and remorseful that I have to go against you in this life. While his thoughts were running wild, he turned around and was already several feet away. Then he flew forward and stayed close to the ground for several tens of feet. After turning a corner, he was far away from the sight of that group of people. Only then did he slow down his speed. He had no choice but to slow down. The cut on his thigh was so deep that the bone could be seen. This movement caused a heart-wrenching pain. There were signs of blood oozing out again. I am so fucking miserable. Chu Yang touched his thigh. His footsteps were slow, but he didn't stop. He vigilantly observed his surroundings as he quickly walked up the main peak. He didn't take the main road. Instead, he took a secluded path. This path was filled with lush vegetation. Ordinary people wouldn't know that there was a path here. Only a native like Chuyang would know the route of this path. After a while, Chuyang entered the main peak and approached the location of the elixir garden. The sword point jumped excitedly. There are still some leftovers. Chuyang was overjoyed. He tiptoed over, but I don't know how much is left for me. Motherfucker, even an ant's leg is meat. No matter how much there is, I will gladly accept it. However, when he arrived at the elixir garden surrounded by large trees, his face turned bitter. Wu Yunyang was worthy of being called the sect master of this generation. This elixir garden was also very clean. There were only a few ordinary herbs in the surroundings. It would have been better if I took such a big risk. Chuyang sighed. He carefully approached and let the sword point absorb the medicinal power. When he was about to leave, the sword point was still trembling. He couldn't help but be startled. Following the direction of the sword tip, his eyes lit up. So that's how it is. Everything above and below the ground that can be taken away has been taken away, but there are always some roots that are deeply rooted. Due to the haste in which they were taken away, many roots were left behind. Under the guidance of the sword point, Chuyang collected the rhizomes of 7 or 8 elixirs in one go. Although there weren't many of them, only a section of each kind, he had finally accumulated some medicinal efficacies. Even the sword spirit in Chuyang's mind kept saying that it was a great help. Now it could finally heal its wounds. It had completely forgotten that this little bit of medicinal power was a pitiful little bit that it would have disdained to even look at in the past. During this process, the experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department had searched this place several times, but Chuyang's spirit fire had evaded them every time. Then, Chuyang sneaked into the main hall. This place had already been burned into ruins after the previous incident. The experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department had clumsily searched for this place. So, they simply smashed every stone in this place. Therefore, it could be said that this place was a real white ground with potholes. But this obviously wasn't a problem for Chuyang, who was very familiar with this place. He chose a place and carefully removed the soil from the top with slight movements. Chuyang smiled when he saw the flagstones and big stones below. For an ordinary person, this was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But for Chuyang, it provided him with a place to hide. Chuyang lifted a slab of stone and then jumped in. The flagstone fell down and gently stirred up a cloud of dust. But Chuyang had already disappeared without a trace. This time he was truly safe. Unless the Golden Horse Riders Department turned the entire mountain upside down, they wouldn't be able to find Chuyang as long as he didn't come out. Chuyang was like a burrowing mouse. His speed was extremely fast. It didn't take much effort for him to find the secret passage that led directly to his residence. Then he followed the increasingly strong cold air. He went all the way through the 7 green jade doors. He finally smiled when he reached the innermost place. This place was still the same as when he had left, but the stones that he had dug out had been put back in by him. Now they had been frozen under the strong cold air. But this naturally wasn't a problem for Chuyang. He unsheathed his sword and instantly condensed the cold air that he had absorbed from the 7 Shades congregation ground. Then he stabbed it down like lightning. It was like a sharp knife cutting into tofu. He stabbed it until the end. What kind of treasure does this 7 Shades congregation ground have? Chuyang muttered. With a lift of his hand, a squarish rock was pulled out. His hands didn't stop. He dug out a big hole in the blink of an eye. Chuyang looked at the small place where the sword point had been lying. There was still a clear shape of the sword point on it. Chuyang took a deep breath. He didn't hesitate any longer. He drew a circle with his sword and suddenly stabbed it down. He shook his wrist, and a big square stone jumped up. Chu Yang suddenly felt that there was something different this time. He looked at it and couldn't help but be startled. The sword point was pierced through a strange solid that wasn't gold, jade, or stone. It wasn't a simple stone. "Bring it in," the sword spirit said with concern. The voice was actually very anxious. "You're so young, but you actually found a strange treasure this time. It's all thanks to you. It's been so long, but you still can't forget it." Chu Yang smiled and said directly, "What is this?" "This is mysterious jade crystal." The sword spirit said, "Go down another 150 feet. No matter what you dig out, put it all into the tribulation space. Little, if you're lucky this time, you'll get one of the top rare medicines in the heavenly realm." Rare medicine? Chu Yang's whole body trembled. Suddenly his face flushed red, and his pupils dilated. He asked suddenly, "Really? Doesn't that mean that the heavy pill is about to take shape?" "That's right." The sword spirit was also a little excited. "When I came here last time, my spirit was too weak. I didn't even realize that such a top, rare treasure existed in such a barren place. This might be the mysterious ice jade ointment." "Mysterious ice jade paste? What is it?" Chu Yang asked as he continued to dig. The mysterious jade crystals in the tribulation space had already piled up like a mountain. He was extremely excited. "Qing Wu, your injury is finally going to be healed. I'm about to get the heavy pill. Qing Wu, wait for me. I'll go to the heavenly realm as soon as this battle is over. I've finally changed your fate for you. Qing Wu, Qing Wu, I've done it. You don't know about mysterious ice jade paste?" The sword spirit said angrily, "Then do you know what rare medicines are?" "I don't know." Chu Yang shook his head honestly. The sword spirit sighed deeply. "The so-called great miracle medicine is, in fact, a great heavenly treasure. But you have to remember that this heavenly treasure, whether it exists in the shape of a ginseng or a ganoderma, or in the shape of a stream of water, or even in the shape of a flame, but at the end of the day, this heavenly treasure is made of jade. The spiritual jade of the heavens and earth suddenly combines with some kind of elixir at a magical moment. It absorbs the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth and the essence of the sun and moon, turning something rotten into something magical. Therefore, this rare medicine can be used to treat any injury and any medicine. Other elixirs, even those with greater efficacy, can't be used because of the spiritual jade of the heavens and earth. One, the spiritual jade ginseng in Diwu Qingrou's hand is one of them. It has the shape of a ginseng. One, the mysterious ice jade paste has been around for a long time. It will form a rare, mysterious jade crystal. The pursuit is coming to an end. When you see this, you should understand why I set up such a paragraph. Everything has its meaning. Many people don't understand and are impatient with being hunted down. But I want to say this. Being hunted down for thousands of miles is definitely not for the sake of making things easier. It has a deep meaning. I can proudly say that it's a battle of wits that other books don't have. In order to set up such a section, I need to lay the groundwork in advance. I need to be cautious and conscientious at all times. To be blunt, I need to rack my brains. Chapter 361. The Sword Spirit said slowly, "This situation is unique to the heaven-level continent. Tens of thousands of years ago, people called it heaven-level jade. Later, they felt that it was a bit awkward, so they reversed the order and called it heaven-level jade. Do you understand?" "I see," Chu Yang said thoughtfully. Suddenly, a thought arose in his mind. Heaven-level continent, calamity sword, heaven-level jade. Is there a connection? You guessed right. Heaven-level jade is actually a kind of spiritual jade used by the calamity sword when the Almighty created the heaven-level continent. In fact, it is related to the calamity sword. But since then, none of the masters of the calamity sword have managed to collect this miraculous medicine. So, Even I don't know what it looks like or what it can do. The sword spirit's voice was very low. Now, do you understand? I understand. Wow, what is this thing? It can move. Chu Yong exclaimed. His eyes widened as he looked at the bottom of the pit. At the bottom of the pit, there was a small piece of milky white flowing water, but it was very viscous. It also emitted a sparkling light, as if countless stars were hidden in it. It was the size of a palm and seemed to have removed the weight on its body. As if it had just woken up from a dream, it was slowly wriggling. For a moment, it was long, round, and polygonal as it wriggled. Waves of wondrous aroma were emitted from it. Moreover, the temperature underground had already reached the point where it could almost freeze a living person to death. Now the temperature was dropping rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the stones next to it were so cold that they made cracking sounds, as if they were about to be frozen and cracked. "Quickly take it in!" the sword spirit shouted in a hurried tone. Chu Yong hurriedly did as he was told. His mind moved, and a schwa sound was heard. With a thought, the small piece of strange thing entered the space. This is the mysterious ice jade paste? Chu Yong curiously observed this strange thing in the space of consciousness. Yes, the sword spirit seemed to be relieved. He said excitedly, "This is the mysterious ice jade paste that has never appeared in the world for thousands of years. No one has ever found it before." Chu Yong said, "Oh." The sword spirit appeared to be very excited. He took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, "This is a good thing to decide. Good stuff is good stuff. What are you yelling for?" Chu Yong muttered, "Those who don't know would think that I did something to you. What do you know? This thing is good for my soul." The sword spirit said excitedly, "It has only been in the tribulation space for a short while, but I already feel a lot more excited." Chu Yong snorted. Then the mysterious ice jade paste in the tribulation space suddenly divided into 3 pieces, 2 small pieces and 1 large piece. The sword spirit had already moved the big piece to the vitality spring. It only bubbled at the mouth of the spring before it disappeared without a trace. "Let the sword tip eat this smaller one." "You eat the smallest one," sword spirit happily said. "After that, I will extract it from your meridians and turn it into pure medicinal efficacies. This is great. Ha ha! I don't have to worry about the lack of medicinal strength anymore." Chu Yong rolled his eyes. "I'll eat it, and then you take it out. Motherfucker, why do I feel that it's not very useful? It seems that you're only using my body as a transit station." However, the sword point had already excitedly pounced on it. With a squeak, that fingernail-sized piece of mysterious ice jade paste. Relatively speaking, the larger piece had already disappeared. Then, the sword tip began to jump around in excitement. Chu Yong finally understood the meaning of the phrase, "Let the sword tip eat it." Originally, the sword tip would recover the medicinal strength of any elixir as long as it ate it. But this time it was a one-way trip. This made Minister Chu, who was waiting to receive the medicinal strength, a little depressed. However, he was comforted by the fact that there were 3 soybean-sized things on the hilt of the tribulation sword in his danton. The heavy elixir is formed, and 3 of them at once. Chu Yong waited for a long time without any results. So he picked up the small one and looked at it curiously for a while. Then he sent it over. "It's too small. It's at most the size of a corn grain. Idiot, if it's any bigger, you'll explode in an instant, even if I extract the medicinal strength. Do you think this is Diwu Qing Rose, useless, mysterious ice jade ginseng? This is a 10,000-year mysterious ice jade paste. Diwu Qing Rose is at most 1,000 years old, and this is just an empty number." The sword spirit mercilessly reprimanded the greedy owner of the tribulation sword. Chu Yong was about to speak when he suddenly felt an ice-cold stream of air rising from Du Fu's body. In an instant his mouth was filled with a lingering fragrance. That kind of rich fragrance seemed to make even his soul cheer at this moment. Every hair on his body seemed to be dancing. Then an abundant and irresistible power fiercely rushed up from his dantian and rushed into the meridians of his entire body. In an instant, the meridians of his entire body were cleansed, and this power became stronger and stronger. Finally, it rushed up to the imperial canopy, broke through the jade pillow, and transformed into a turbulent waterfall that flowed down to the back of his head. Then it rushed up to the soles of his feet, and once again rushed up, it passed through his dantian, and another powerful medicinal power was added, this cycle repeated 3 times. Chu Yang felt that his whole body was bulging like a balloon. It seemed that he was about to explode. Fuck, why aren't you helping me? Minister Chu was scared to death. How can such a small amount of mysterious ice jade paste have such a strong force? Do you know how powerful it is? You think it's too little? You'll explode. The sword spirit muttered in a gloating manner. Then he began to extract the remaining medicinal efficacies from his meridians. A shadow suddenly emerged from Chu Yang's heart. It turned into the shape of a palm. Then it suddenly broke through the surface of his body and turned into a pure white orchid. It stayed for a moment. Then it turned into an elegant and clear air and suddenly dissipated. A burst of orchid fragrance suddenly filled the entire stone room. Diwu Qing Ro's destroying soul and breaking heart palm has finally removed the root cause. Seeing such a strange scene, Chu Yang understood even if the sword spirit didn't say it. But he also realized the tyranny and power of this soul and breaking heart palm. If the sword spirit hadn't been there, perhaps even his bones would have turned into ashes. He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. He was scared of his adventure that night. There was such a martial art in the world. Diwu Qing Ro had such an earth-shattering method. Even the sword spirit of the calamity sword was able to leave such a mark after such a long time. It had been said that he had almost recovered. No wonder it's called 10,000 miles fragrance. It seems that it's more than 10,000 miles. With such a palm technique, it would be able to follow him for an entire lifetime. The sword spirit was in the middle of absorbing the energy, but it suddenly stopped, and all the pores on Chu Yang's skin suddenly erupted at the same time. Waves of fishy smelly things sprayed out in the form of fine strands as thin as hair. Chu Yang was caught off guard by the huge pain. His vision suddenly turned black and he almost fainted. He clenched his teeth, and his face convulsed as he sucked in cold air. Then the sword spirit continued to suck. He asked while sucking, "Is it good?" "I'm really holding it so good." Chu Yang wanted to groan, but he found that the pain was gone. Moreover, his whole body felt very good. All the impurities in your body have been expelled. The sword spirit snorted and said, "Now, your body is the heavenly level man's dream. Xiantian body. Xiantian body? Damn." Chu Yang was pleasantly surprised. "Are you satisfied? If it weren't for the mysterious ice jade ointment, you would have reached the sword emperor grade. Moreover, it wouldn't have been that pure." The sword spirit said, "It's good. It's very good." Chu Yang looked at his body contentedly. Only then did he realize that he was naked now. His clothes had already turned gray at some point in time. There was a piece of broken ice under his feet. "You don't need to look. Those are your clothes. They've been frozen to pieces," the sword spirit said. Chu Yang was speechless. He shrugged his shoulders. Then he laughed and said, "How is it? Is it big?" "What do you mean big?" The sword spirit was somewhat puzzled. "I'm talking about this." Minister Chu spread his legs and shook them. Suddenly, he shook his head and swayed his head. Ugh! The sword spirit was speechless. Black lines appeared on his forehead. Then, Chu Yang felt that his body was wrinkled. He stretched out his hand, and countless scars fell down like powder. He looked at his thigh. That hideous scar had already healed. His body was even smoother and whiter than a newborn baby. You've also grown taller. The sword spirit reminded him. I know. Chu Yang was overjoyed. He looked at his arms and legs. He was almost drooling. They're so tender. Tender my ass. The sword spirit said mercilessly, wait until you go out. You'll only need one battle. Then your body will turn into a broken sack. Hey, I've eaten such a heavenly treasure. My martial power should have increased greatly, right? Chu Yang asked complacently, what level am I at now? It's already very good. Now, you're at the peak of revered sword grade. The sword spirit said, wait until you go out. You should be able to break through to king grade. So little? Chu Yang was somewhat dissatisfied. Heavenly treasure isn't for increasing your martial power. The sword spirit said angrily, you've been promoted by 2 levels. Moreover, your body has been transformed into a sentient body. All the scars on your body have been healed. Moreover, you've expelled the heartbreaking palm. What else do you want? Do you want to become a supreme level expert in one step? Let me tell you something. You can't do it even if you gather all the great elixirs. Chu Yang realized that he had received enough benefits. He laughed hollowly, I'm just saying. Then he changed his mind and said angrily, why are you so fierce? Chapter 362. When Du Qingro was about to reach Jiang Yi's 4,000 li mark, he unexpectedly laughed when he received an emergency report. By Chang Tian's 500,000 soldiers will be wiped out. This sentence made the faces of all the generals who were on the expedition change. But Du Qingro actually laughed? Hurry up. Du Qingro insipidly said. Then he closed his eyes and reclined on the carriage. No one dared to say anything when he closed his eyes to rest. However, they all felt that it was strange. How could he not care about such a big loss? Du Qingro's mind was churning rapidly with his eyes closed. He recalled his plan once again. Then he nodded with satisfaction. It seems that King of Hell Chu is an important person of Iron Cloud. Tai Butian thinks highly of him. Du Qingro sighed. Love means. This time, Han Buchu was accompanying June on this expedition. He had not gone far when Du Qingro called him to his carriage. Haha. Du Qingro laughed in a relaxed manner. He slowly said, we should be sure of success this time. Han Buchu was even more confused. But he knew that Bai Changtian was the only one who had survived the great Zhao dynasty's imperial court and was determined to protect the emperor. Han Buchu couldn't bear to throw away 500,000 soldiers. But he still felt relieved for Du Qingro. But is there any other meaning to this? I don't know. Immediately send a message to inform Jing Menghan. If King of Hell Chu has the ability to escape 11,000 miles away, tell him to do whatever it takes. Starve. Even set fire to the mountains. Du Qingro closed his eyes and said softly. Yes, Han Buchu complied, but he was still confused. This plan may succeed, but it may fail halfway. Therefore, I didn't say anything. I didn't make any clear arrangements. I can only take one step at a time. The war will continue as usual if this plan doesn't succeed. But this war may end half a year ahead of schedule if it succeeds. Or it may end directly. It seems that this plan has already succeeded halfway. The fifth smiled softly, and the sunlight that came through the curtain of the carriage cast a mottled shadow on his face. Go. Han Buchu didn't think he was a stubborn person, but he didn't know what Du Qingro was talking about. Buchu, you're still lacking some control over the big guns. Du Qingro half closed his eyes and said, Do you still remember the arrangement I made when I was arranging the formation? Yes, Zhuji doesn't dare to forget it. So, you must remember that King of Hell Chu had issued a new order when he had escaped from the province, so that Lu Dejun's route was slightly adjusted? Diwu Qing Ro asked. I remember. Since you remember, do you know why? Diwu Qing Ro asked with a smile. This. Han Bu Chu racked his brain to think, but he could not think of anything. He could only laugh bitterly. This humble one is ashamed. It's not that you couldn't think of it, but that you didn't realize it. It's no wonder. Diwu Qing Ro smiled. Han Buchu realized that Diwu Qing Ro was smiling a lot today. Would you please enlighten me? There's an important person in this Jirong, and that person is King of Hell Chu. Diwu Qing Ro said softly. The success or failure of this plan depends on King of Hell Chu. If King of Hell Chu can't escape, then this plan won't succeed. If King of Hell Chu's weight in Tai Butian's heart isn't heavy, then this plan won't succeed. King of Hell Chu? Han Bu Chu frowned. What does this matter have to do with King of Hell Chu? What ability does King of Hell Chu have to affect the course of the war? You're wrong. Diwu Qing Ro smiled, but his voice had become somewhat heavy. King of Hell Chu has already affected the course of the war. Moreover, he has started from the root. It seems that I, Diwu Qing Ro, have taken the initiative in this war, but in fact I have no other choice. Or rather, it should be said that King of Hell Chu has started this war single-handedly. Han Bu Chu sucked in a breath of cold air. King of Hell Chu has started this war single-handedly? A war between the two sides? The current situation of the war is somewhat similar to the war between me and Tai Longqing 10 years ago. Whatever I want him to do, he can only do it according to my wishes, even though he feels aggrieved. That's because it involves the power of the entire Iron Cloud. Diwu Qing Ro sighed and said it's a pity. The one who has taken the lead right now is King of Hell Chu, and the one who has to follow the others' wishes is me, Diwu Qing Ro. This is the greatest humiliation of my life's battles. Han Bu Chu was shocked to the point of being speechless. King of Hell Chu was very powerful, and his wisdom was superb. Han Bu Chu had to admit this. He had also listed King of Hell Chu as the most dangerous person in Diwu Qing Ro's life's greatest enemy. However, he had never thought that King of Hell Chu could make Diwu Qing Ro so afraid. Moreover, he had suffered such a loss. He had suffered such an aggrieved loss. It's also fate. Diwu Qing Ro's eyes were somewhat blurred as he looked at the shadow on the carriage's curtain. He sighed and said, "The times create heroes. King of Hell Chu is a genius born from the world situation that I, Diwu Qing Ro, have created. But because of him, I have fallen into a passive position. This can be considered as drinking and pecking." Diwu Qing Ro spoke softly on the long road, but his words were endless. It could be seen that Diwu Qing Ro had been holding back for a long time. Now, it was finally time for him to pour his heart out. Even though there was only one audience, you should remember the plan that I formulated for Iron Cloud. Iron Cloud wanted King of Hell Chu. However, the plan was to be completed 3 years later. Because of King of Hell Chu's arrival, this plan was brought forward by 3 years. King of Hell Chu appeared in Iron Cloud and began to deal with us. Step by step, he dug out our spies in Iron Cloud. If that was the case, I could endure it. My martial brother was captured by him. I was heartbroken and in pain, but I could still endure it. Next, he set up a trap in Iron Cloud to deal with our Golden Horse Riders department. 1 king-level master was alive, and 1 king-level master was disabled. Nearly 100 revered martial artists and above died in Iron Cloud. This weakened Golden Horse Riders department by 1/3. I could still endure this. But because I could endure it, King of Hell Chu had no choice but to travel thousands of miles to the prefectures. His purpose in coming to the prefectures was not to rush me into war, but but to delay our preparations for war. But he did one thing wrong. He left us with no room to maneuver. Or rather, we can't blame him for this. He did not expect this, and it was not something that he could control. I can only say that the heavens caught us. Diwu Qing Ro looked up to the sky and sighed. In this situation, I was forced into a passive position. I did not expect this. King of Hell Chu took the initiative, but it was too late for regrets. This was beyond my expectations. I can only say that the war was brought forward. I am helpless. King of Hell Chu is even more helpless and speechless. Han Buchu had not spoken since Diwu Qing Ro started talking. He had been quietly listening. He knew that Diwu Qing Ro did not need him to give an opinion. He only needed him to be a listener. Of course, he would talk about his strategies and plans so that Han Buchu would know. Therefore, King of Hell Chu began to cause havoc. He turned the world upside down. According to the situation at that time, he could have delayed the war for a year or two. But he should not have led the war for treasures to the imperial palace. Moreover, he destroyed the imperial palace. The muscles on Diwu Qing Ro's face twitched as he said, "Then the royal palace was destroyed and the royal treasury was stolen." It was at this time that everyone was anxious and overwrought, that a nobody changed history. Diwu Qing Ro sighed heavily at this point. He really could not bear the feeling of wanting to curse. That inner palace chief steward, Huan Yi or Feng Feng, he faked an imperial edict and asked me what to do. At that point, if I took a step back, the entire 5th chapter would have been destroyed. So I could only go in. But once I went in, I had to face the imperial spring. There was no turning back, but I still had to go in. Therefore, the imperial spring was destroyed by me. Hearing this, Han Buchu smiled bitterly. At this point, the imperial spring was destroyed. We cannot go without an emperor. If we support a new emperor to the throne, then for 8 to 10 years, there will be no talk of becoming an immortal. Han Buchu sighed. His heart was filled with sorrow at these words. A new emperor brings a new emperor. This was a fixed number. If that was the case, the mobilization of the entire army for the northern expedition would have been impossible. At this time, we must let the imperial spring have something to do. Moreover, the internal situation was like this. On Ironcloud's side, there were fewer and fewer spies. Now, there were no spies with enough power. Some time ago, Anja's spies in Ironcloud's military had also gone silent. The situation was dire. Moreover, Ironcloud's relationship with the wolves is getting better and better. They have the intention to cut us off. A few large horse farms and industrial industries have also suffered different degrees of destruction. This shows that Ironcloud has passed the internal crisis and is beginning to deal with us. If we give Ironcloud 3 more years, I am afraid they will really develop. At that time, we will have a big problem. Diwu Qing Ro sighed, therefore, with internal and external troubles. Now is the best time for us to go to war with Ironcloud. Ironcloud's strength is at its weakest. You tell me, King of Hell Chu, there are so many things. Which one of them doesn't have King of Hell Chu's shadow in it? Diwu Qing Ro sighed. King of Hell Chu is a rare genius. His original intention was to maintain the status quo and delay the war as much as possible. I, Diwu Qing Ro, am not unduly humble. At the very least, I can be considered a wise man. But the two of us have the same goal. Moreover, we are enemies. But the two of us, 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 did not want the war to start now. But the two of us worked together to promote the war. Chapter 363. Han Buchu heaved a deep sigh. This matter isn't just a joke. It's a big joke that involves 2 Bai and clans and 2 billion people. It was just that this joke hinted at too much of a fishy situation. Han Buchu sighed. Then, He put Diwu Qingrou's words together. He was horrified to find that Diwu Qingrou hadn't gone out of his own free will. In fact, he had been forced out by King of Hell Chu. King of Hell Chu didn't want to force Diwu Qingrou, but Diwu Qingrou should be proud of his impressive achievements. King of Hell Chu has always been scheming, but he has pushed the two Bayan clans to a dead end. Since this battle was started by him, how can he not pay a price? Diwu Qingrou smiled. Han Buchu vaguely understood. Sir, are you talking about the matter of chasing King of Hell Chu for thousands of miles? Yes. Diwu Qingrou nodded approvingly. King of Hell Chu has been hit by my destroying soul and breaking heart palm. But he's still able to escape thousands of miles in one day. This is a very frightening situation. I feel that he's likely to escape this time. Therefore, I didn't relax my pursuit of King of Hell Chu. But I was also preparing for the eventuality that King of Hell Chu could escape. That's why I immediately gave the order for the reinforcements to change their direction. At the very least, they have to deviate from their original route by 800 miles. On the surface, it seems that their ultimate goal is to go to the main battlefield. But I only need to give the order if there's a change in the situation. And those three armies can immediately attack the heaven-splitting mountain pass. Of course, there's a precondition for this, and that is the general of the heaven-splitting mountain pass must come out to fight. Diwu Qingrou slowly said. Therefore, I arranged for 500,000 Bayan soldiers to go. Han Buchu sucked in a cold breath. I didn't intend to let Bai Chong Tian and his 500,000 Bayan soldiers go back. It is the same here and on the main battlefield. Diwu Qingrou didn't conceal his thoughts in front of Han Buchu. He said in a heavy voice, but these 500,000 demonic beasts aren't enough. They aren't enough to make the heaven-splitting mountain pass break. If you want to achieve this goal, you have to establish a prerequisite. King of Hell Chu's importance in Tai Butian's heart. The weight of King of Hell Chu in Tai Butian's heart. Han Buchu's heart shook. Today, Diwu Qingrou had said this sentence twice. Moreover, he had not changed a single word. Why was this so? Rumor has it that Tai Butian has already gone on an expedition and is currently in the middle of the month. Diwu Qingrou said indifferently. Han Buchu really wanted to ask, so what? But he didn't dare to ask. For Tai Butian to lead the army on an expedition, the boost to the morale of the soldiers is incomparable. But there was also one great disadvantage. Tai Butian was in a very dangerous place. Moreover, it would be obvious that her heart would be the most vulnerable to my attack. Therefore, Tai Butian's safety had become Tai Longcheng's biggest headache and worry. Tai Longcheng wanted to ensure Tai Butian's safety under such circumstances. Moreover, the morale of the army couldn't be slack. So, the best thing to do was to send Tai Butian to another front line. And that was the heaven-splitting mountain pass. Tai Butian would be absolutely safe there. With the heaven-splitting mountain pass there, my army wouldn't be able to break through the pass even if it were 10 million soldiers. So, I wouldn't be able to catch Tai Butian. Diwu Qingrou spoke with a strong sense of self-confidence. Yes, Han Buchu agreed. Therefore, I concluded that Tai Butian, the Iron Cloud monarch, is already in the heaven-splitting mountain pass. Diwu Qingrou narrowed his eyes, and a sharp, cold light flashed in them. Diwu Qingrou had only miscalculated one thing. Tai Butian hadn't gone to the heaven-splitting mountain pass because Tai Longcheng had sent him there. However, such initiative and passivity had no effect on Diwu Qingrou's Jirong. All roads lead to the same destination. Han Buchu would have had to knock his head against the wall if he still hadn't understood by now. He smiled and said, King of Hell Chu is important enough in Tai Butian's heart. Then Tai Butian would have come to his rescue as long as he knew that King of Hell Chu had escaped to the vicinity of the heaven-splitting mountain pass. Yes, Diwu Qingro nodded. But Tai Butian can't act on impulse. He must have a good reason to come to King of Hell Chu's rescue. Han Buchu said. Therefore, the Prime Minister had sent by Chang Tian to deliver Tai Butian, and that was to give Tai Butian a good reason to come to King of Hell Chu. Moreover, Tai Butian would have advanced again after this great victory, but no one would have said anything about him since he had such a glorious victory. Moreover, our army isn't in the vicinity. Yes, Diwu Qingro smiled. Therefore, the Prime Minister had sent a letter to King-level expert Jing to burn down the mountain if necessary. In fact, it wasn't just to burn down King of Hell Chu. It was also to inform Tai Butian that the Golden Horse Riders Department's pursuit of King of Hell Chu has arrived here. Tai Butian continued. Yes, Tai Butian would have led the others to help him in order to save King of Hell Chu. But King of Hell Chu is still in Iron Cloud at the moment. So, Tai Butian can't make a move before the situation is settled. Therefore, he has no choice but to come himself. Han Buchu was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide. So, the Prime Minister's plan is here. Tai Butian would have come to rescue King of Hell Chu, and our three teams could have changed their direction at any time. They could have attacked him head-on, or they could have cut off Tai Butian's escape route, or they could have pursued him from behind, and they could have seized the heaven-splitting mountain pass in one fell swoop, and King-level leader Jing and the others would have been there at that time, and they would have gathered all their experts to chase King of Hell Chu. Perhaps they would have been able to kill Tai Butian in one fell swoop. In that case, the situation would have been settled in one day. Han Buchu was really shocked. Diwu Qingro had actually laid such a big trap. Yes, that's why I've ordered the three teams to get close to that place. They must be within 1,500 kilometers. Tai Butian would have been alerted if they got close, but they wouldn't have been able to catch up if they got too far, Diwu Qingro said. However, 1,500 li is still quite far. It would have taken 3 days for the teams to travel on foot. Wouldn't it be too far? Han Buchu asked worriedly. Not far. Jing Menghun would have tried his best to stop King of Hell Chu, and Tai Butian would have had to wait or look for King of Hell Chu's whereabouts. This entire process would have taken at least one night. And once such a situation occurs, only the cavalry would have been able to move for the entire night. The army would have followed closely behind. The elite cavalry would have been able to cover 800 kilometers in one night. Tai Butian's side would have been able to find the person or the body. Then they would have had to retreat, and this would have taken time. The army wouldn't have been able to catch up with them, so it would have been impossible for everyone to rush back at once. 4 to 6 hours wouldn't have been enough. Jing Menghun's experts would have been able to delay Tai Butian's army by 6 hours if they hadn't been able to kill Tai Butian, and that would have been more than enough. And our cavalry would have been able to get within 300 kilometers during this time. What we're fighting for is the time within these 300 kilometers. Diwu Qingro tapped his finger on the table, and the generals of these three teams are the Gold, Silver, and Jade Tiger generals. I've specially selected these people. Han Buchu immediately understood. Gold Tiger General Jin Nengkai, Silver Tiger General Long Ao, and Jade Tiger General Yu Qinglong. These three people were relatively young. The oldest one wasn't more than 40 years old, and they were all cavalry experts. They were especially good at leading the enemy into battle. They dared to take risks. These three people were the kind of people who would have risked their lives to seize such an opportunity. Diwu Qingro had specially selected these three people to lead these three teams, and this was because he had seen their drive. Diwu Qingro would have never used these experienced and prudent generals in this kind of operation. After all, this was a blitzkrieg, and this opportunity might have been lost in the blink of an eye. And which of these experienced and prudent generals didn't plan before making a move? But if you plan before making a move, then you won't be able to catch up with the real opportunity. It was absolutely necessary to be impulsive. An ordinary general wouldn't have been able to get within 300 kilometers, and they wouldn't have been able to fight for time. But these three people would have been willing to risk their lives to seize this opportunity. Diwu Qing had thought this through thoroughly. It was just an assumption and a conjecture, but he had taken every conceivable possibility into account. And he had decided on a brilliant plan for Ironcloud. If they didn't seize this opportunity, then Ironcloud might really lose this war. Another piece of invisible information flew over while they were talking. Diwu Qing took a look at it. Then he smiled and handed it over to Han Buchu. Han Buchu took a look at it. Then he couldn't help but smack his forehead. What a brilliant plan! Sure enough, the information said, after the Ironcloud army invaded my 500,000 soldiers, they advanced 100 kilometers along the slanting valley. They're currently outside the slanting valley. They're close to the mountain range of Beyond the Heavens sect. Diwu Qing chuckled and said, the key lies in the words slanting valley. The terrain here is narrow and difficult to traverse. The soldiers must be in good order to pass through. Once they're chased or attacked, they'll be squeezed together. It'll be difficult for them to move even an inch. The enemy doesn't even need to expend much effort to break the morale of the entire team. Diwu Qing's brows twitched. He said sinisterly, Taibu Tian, I sent 500,000 soldiers into the slanting valley for you to defeat. You should be satisfied, right? However, I, Diwu Qing, am not so easy to take advantage of. Even if I purposely sent them out to be attacked by your army, it's still the same. You defeated my army head-on. Then, I'll chase after you and kill you, the leader of Ironcloud. The sky had already darkened. Tai Butian was taking a nap in the commander's tent. Suddenly there was a commotion outside. Someone shouted, "Fire! Fire!" Then a soldier came to reporting to the emperor. The entire mountain range of Beyond the Heavens sect suddenly burst into flames. The mountain range of Beyond the Heavens sect burst into flames? Tai Putian's heart skipped a beat as he sat up straight. His eyes shone with a dazzling light. Yes, earlier, only the main peak was on fire. Thick smoke rose everywhere. But with the wind, the entire mountain range of Beyond the Heavens sect has turned into a sea of fire. Moreover, the fire is spreading to the surroundings. The scout replied respectfully, I understand. Tai Butian felt his heart beating wildly. All the fluids in his body rushed to his head. He even felt a little dizzy. Why did Beyond the Heavens sect suddenly burst into flames? There was no doubt that someone had set it on fire. But why? Tai Butian's body even trembled slightly. Chu Yang had returned. This fire must have been set by the Golden Horse Riders Department. They had chased after Chu Yang until here. They had lost track of Chu Yang, but they weren't willing to let Chu Yang escape. So they set the mountain on fire. They wanted to burn Chu Yang inside. Even if they couldn't burn Chu Yang, they could still drag him out. No one could survive in a burning mountain. Chapter 364. I'm here. Wu Kuang-yin jumped out with a puff while covering his buttocks. The last time he was beaten, he still felt a dull pain. He was lying in ambush at His Majesty's side to prevent the Emperor from coming up with a new battle plan. Organize the troops and set off immediately. Let's go to the place where the fire is burning the mountain. Tai Butian made a prompt decision and hastily ordered. This won't do, Your Majesty." Wu Kuangyin was startled. Then he shouted as if his buttocks were on fire. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty!" He followed, closely behind Tai Butian. His buttocks were sticking out. He was so anxious that his hairy face was dripping with sweat. "Your Majesty, please reconsider, Your Majesty! Your Majesty, please wait. Your Majesty, you can't do this." "What?" Tai Butian angrily turned around and glared at him. "Your Majesty, it's already very difficult to stay here. The slanting valley is too narrow. In case the enemy attacks, we won't be able to retreat in time even if we are 300 miles away. If we go to beyond the Heavens sect, we will have to go another 400 miles. Your Majesty, if the enemy attacks us from behind, it will be a matter of life and death." Wu Kuangyin remembered that his mouth was already foaming. How could Tai Butian not know that his decision was too rash? But he thought that Chu Yang had already trekked for thousands of miles, fought hundreds of battles, and was being blocked 400 miles away. His heart was in sharp pain. He wished he could grow wings and fly over there. There must be great Zhao's army there. There must be a lot of experts there. If he didn't have enough people on his side, he wouldn't have a chance. He thought that Chu Yang would be burned alive if he didn't go and meet him. His arduous escape of 13,000 miles would be in vain. Tai Butian felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. It seemed that nothing was more important than Chu Yang at this moment. If Chu Yang didn't exist in this world, what would be the use of having the 4 seas? Tai Butian's heart was in pain. "I don't want the country. I don't want the common people. I only want you to come back safely. No need to say more. The nearest army is 1,000 miles away. It will take 2 days and 2 nights on a fast horse. We will go and take a look. Then we will come back immediately. Nothing will happen." Tai Butian urged General Wu, "Let's go." "Take? Who are we supposed to meet?" Wu Kuangyin asked in a daze. "In any case, we're here to provide support." Tai Butian said furiously, "Do you dare to disobey orders?" "I wouldn't dare even if you beheaded me." Wu Kuangyin was on the verge of tears. His tears really did fall out. His whole body was sweating profusely. "Your Majesty is responsible for the country. You mustn't risk your life so easily. Are you going or not?" Tai Butian shouted angrily. "Your Majesty, please wait here." "This general will lead the troops." Wu Kuangyin clenched his teeth, stuck out his chest, and said in a heroic manner, "You are going? Do you know who we're supposed to meet?" Tai Butian cast a sidelong glance at him. "I..." Wu Kuangyin wanted to say, "Won't I know if you tell me?" But he didn't dare to say it. Quickly passed down the order. "Your Majesty, please kill me." Wu Kuangyin solemnly said, "You think I don't dare to kill you?" Tai Butian was anxious. He kicked out and shouted, "Men, pass on my imperial edict." Wu Kuangyin disobeyed the imperial decree and conspired to rebel. "Arrest him. After he returns to the capital, his entire family will be executed. His entire family will be exterminated. All his wives and concubines will be sent away to serve as..." Don't. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, don't even think about my wife." I. Wu Kuangyin was so scared that his hair stood on end. He had been lying motionless on the ground like a dead dog, but now he jumped up and repeatedly waved his hands. He clenched his teeth and stamped his feet. "I'll go, okay? I'll go, okay? Imperial edict, this is no joke. The Emperor's words are like gold and jade. I won't be able to cry if they are taken seriously." "Still not going?" Tai Butian's face was cold. This guy's wife is really his favorite. He doesn't care about the others when he says that he will confiscate his family's property. He only cares about his wife. Yes. Wu Kuangyin got up and quickly ran out. Then he heard the voice of a commanding officer. "If you want to go, then hurry up. The sooner, the better. Wu-yi, you stay here. I'll leave 200,000 troops for you. The most important thing is to guard the gate and guard the camp. Wu Kuangyin shouted at a tall general with a square face and big ears. This was his deputy general. His name was Wu Yi. The two of them had cooperated for more than 10 years. Wu Kuangyin was very confident in his work. Wu Yi had a big frame and a big head, but he didn't have any meat on his body. He was as thin as a chicken, and his tongue would run out in a gust of wind. He hadn't finished speaking when Wu Yi grabbed his sleeve. You. What are you going to do? You, this place is very important. Wu Yi turned out to be a stutter. His face turned red, and white foam started to come out of his mouth. In a moment of desperation, he spat a lot of saliva on Wu Kuangyin's face. Fuck! Wu Kuangyin wiped his face. I have something to do. Wu Kuangyin! Wu Yi shouted and looked at him sternly. He pointed his finger at his nose and said, Bullshit! If something happened to you, fuck you stupid stutter. Let go of that hand. Wu Kuangyin slapped his hand aside. He was burning with impatience. He had heard Wu Yi stuttering nonstop, so he had become anxious and had started to stutter as well. However, Wu Yi didn't let go of his hand no matter what he said. His face turned red, and his lips couldn't stop trembling. He kept shaking his head. It was obvious that he wanted to say something, but the more anxious he got, the more he stuttered. And the more he stuttered, the more anxious he became. So he couldn't say a word. Supreme Commander, the troops and horses are ready. A messenger reported. Tai Jitian had already finished his preparations on the other side. He shouted loudly, Wu Kuangyin, what are you doing? Wu Kuangyin still hadn't managed to break free. Wu Yi was still holding on to him, and wouldn't let him go no matter what he said. Wu Kuangyin's struggle was futile. Wu Kuangyin suddenly knelt down with a plop sound. Uncle, please let me go. My pitiful, beautiful wife is about to be banished into the army. Wu Yi was stunned. He subconsciously reached out and scratched his head. What? He tilted his head and opened his mouth, rolling his eyes anxiously. Otaku? Wu Kuangyin suddenly felt relaxed. He suddenly broke free from his other hand. Then he rushed out like a whirlwind. He jumped onto his horse and clamped his legs. Then the horse flew out. He cursed loudly. You're just a windbreaker for your wife. The messenger at the side shouted. The marshal has given the order. Charge his wife. Thousands of soldiers and horses roared together. Charge his wife. Their morale was immediately boosted. Wu Kuangyin's face was suddenly filled with tears. Wu Yi, who was at the back, was so angry that he rolled his eyes. He tilted his neck and opened and closed his mouth. More and more white foam came out of his mouth, but he could not say a word. He opened and closed his mouth for a long time like a gill fish that had come ashore. Finally, he cursed angrily, Go, your wives! He spat out a mouthful of saliva, but the army had already gone far. Wu Yi muttered and cursed. Then he suddenly sang loudly, Wu Kuangyin, you son of a bitch. You deserve to be hacked to death. I'll kill you if you imitate me again. I'll kill you. As the saying goes, a slob can dance and a stutterer can sing. These words were true. Wu Yi didn't stutter when he started singing. He would sing and curse Wu Kuangyin every time he couldn't win a debate, and this time was no exception. The army rumbled as it moved forward. Tai Butian spurred his horse and rushed to the front. I hope we can make it in time. Chu Yang, you must hold on. I'm coming to pick you up. 1,500 miles away, in 3 different directions, 3 armies that were marching in parallel to each other blew their horns almost at the same time, giving out the same order. All cavalrymen gather immediately. Our target is the mountain range beyond the heavens sect. Go as fast as you can. Even if you die of exhaustion on the road, you must arrive within a day and a half. Tens of thousands of armored cavalrymen rushed out of their formation as soon as they heard this order, and a big flag was fluttering in the front. The commander-in-chief had already led his personal troops to shoot forward, like sharp arrows. Quick, catch up! Continuous whistling sounds and urging sounds were heard. The 3 huge streams of iron rolled up, crazy smoke and dust on the ground. They rushed into the dark curtain of the night like angry dragons. Rear army, keep up with them as fast as you can. Hundreds of thousands of troops from each direction changed their direction with a crashing sound. They followed the hoofprints and ran as if their lives depended on it. Chu Yang was in that cave. He was deep underground, but he suddenly felt that the entire earth was slightly trembling. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be a big army is coming? He couldn't care about anything else, and immediately drilled out. Only when they came out did they realize that it was already nighttime. A choking smell assaulted their nostrils. The moment they came out, they almost fainted from the choking smell. Looking around, they saw that the entire forest was on fire as far as their eyes could see. He was in a sea of fire. He faintly heard someone shouting, "Withdraw! Withdraw to the passage. Iron Cloud has already arrived to pick us up. We only need to guard the passage. We won't let King of Hell Chu pass. Then everything will be settled." It was Jing Meng Hun's voice. This voice was very far away. Chu Yang frowned. This is clearly meant for me to hear. They must be plotting something. But it's not a plot anymore. It's an open plot. They must have set up an ambush for my team. Chu Yang was aware of the enemy's plot, but he still felt anxious. How many people in the entire Iron Cloud are worthy of such an arrangement? It must be an important person in Iron Cloud. Who could it be? Niao Qian. Impossible. Tai Longcheng? It's possible. Wu Kuangyan? It's also possible. But it doesn't matter who it is. Iron Cloud can't afford to lose these people. I can't afford to lose them for my sake. Anyway, I've been saving my strength. I'll rush out. Chu Yang instantly made up his mind. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.